course for many races, in fact, throughout his entire career, dating back to the first time that I saw him when he was a yearling here at the Keeneland September sale. So at 4-1, I'll try to get things started with a potential $10 winner with Samaranti as my top selection. Then I'll go to Beaver Hat. I tried to get the summer meet off with this colt in that first race of that summer meet and came very close to doing so. He was beaten just a nose in that race on July 8th, and that was for Maiden 50. It took him 2 more starts to break through and break his Maiden. He ran 2 good races at Ellis, and then they tried him back on grass. I think that the return to the main track, Joe Talamo sticks with him, is a big plus for this colt. We'll see what Talamo's able to do from that inside draw. Another fair price at 7-2. And then the full horse Healing for Tom Amoss. First off the claim. These are connections that do this very often. Claim horses, and then their first start after acquiring them win right back. They took him for 30 at Indiana Grand. Shows up here at Keeneland. He's had some fast workouts since that. And even prior to that race, back on the 6th of September, he fired that bullet, ran that good race, which was a win at Indiana Grand. So trusting the connections here in the spotting of Healing. So 6-1-4 to get things rolling here on this Saturday card.
Well, Scott, I did land on the 3 from Morrow. The way I see the pace developing is I think that the 2 and Seek will be on the lead, and he might get a little bit of pace pressure from the number 5, Majestic West, who is also, in my opinion, equally as fast. So from Morrow, I do think could set the right trip. And, you know, I thought that was a really tough starter allowance race in which he ran in at Keeneland several starts back, finishing second to Admire. He was closing off the pace. We mentioned it was really hard to make up ground on the dirt surface during the summer meeting. So all considering, I thought that was a very strong performance for this horse, and I opt for him here today, as does the public at 2-1. The number 4 Healing is another horse I think can benefit from the pace scenario today too, and it is first off the claim for Tom Amoss. You have to obviously pay attention to the horses that are first off the claim for this barn, especially on the dirt. So I do think it is a question of class. This is a horse at one point was facing 16 $10,000 claimers, but maybe he can turn it around here. First off the claim for Tom Amoss and Maggie Moss. The number 6, Samaranti, my problem with him, and I think he's very good, but you have to consider this if he is a short price. Right now, I think 7-2 is fair. But his lone victory was in a slow pace going wire to wire, and I don't think he's going to have that type of situation here today. So hopefully he can overcome it. He's been close, but just hasn't been able to find the winner circle since that lone victory back at the fairgrounds of January earlier this year. So we'll see what happens. He's on the board right now at 7-2. We are 12 minutes out to kick off this amazing program here. Fall Stars Weekend continues 12 minutes out from the opener.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Starter Allowance, 3-year-olds and up, 1 mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the early pick 5 as well. Fast track firm turf today. No changes in the opener. Post time in 5 minutes.
Horses warming up on track here for today's opener of this wonderful Saturday afternoon here in Lexington, Kentucky. And we're taking a closer look at the number 3, Farm Morrow, coming out of the Steve Asmussen barn. And I just love the way that this horse is warming up today. He's got his neck bowed. He just has so much confidence about him here on track today. Will he get the right setup? To be determined, but I picked him, and I'm really liking how he's warming up on track. Scott, I saw you talking to Brian Williamson with regard to the number 1 Beaver Hat. What did he have to say about his entry today?
He said he felt that this horse is a little better on dirt, and that's proven by the numbers that he's run. We saw this horse, as we talked about over in the paddock side, how well he ran in that first race of the summer meet here at Keeneland. And I also asked him about the turf, and he said, the reason we've run him on turf is that his broodmare, his mare Beret, was a stakes winner on grass, and that's why they went down that path. And he also said that they're just going to let this horse break away from there and see where he ends up going into the first turn. It doesn't sound like they're going to rush him by any means, but today at the price that he is at 4-1, he's a horse that I think you've got to, at the very least, look at in the early pick 5.
One more horse I wanted to mention is the number 4 Healing. Again, first off the claim for Tom Amos and Maggie Moss. And this horse got a pretty serious pre-race warm-up here under Corey Lannery. And, Scott, that kind of makes me think that they might hit the ground running and show speed today.
Yeah, there's a good chance of that. We're just 1 minute away from the opener, the first of 11 on this big stakes card at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There's Beaver Hat along with Ann Seek from the inside, and Seek strides forward, has the early lead now. Beaver Hat backs off into the second position, and Majestic West will go third for the move into the first turn. Samaranti next up on the outside. Fra Moro is back toward the inside, scoots one lane off the rail around the turn, and Healing is alongside that one at the back as they move around the turn, and Seek is the leader. And Seek outward from the rail, half-length lead. Beaver Hat right there to the inside, 24.19 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Onto the backstretch they go. And Seek to the outside has a head in front. Beaver Hat there to the inside, a gap of just over 2 more lengths back to Majestic West in third, flanked by Samaranti to the outside. Here's Fra Moro looking for running room to the inside from fifth, now fourth, now challenging for third, just over 2 lengths from the front. Healing is at the back right there with the rest after an opening half mile at 48.36 seconds. Beaver Hat to the inside has the lead by a neck now, and Seek now a half length off the leader into the far turn, joined by Majestic West and Samaranti, who's going to have to go 4 wide around the far turn. Fra Moro still looking toward the inside, still 3 from the front, flanked by Healing at the back. Midway on the turn, they're bunching for the lead. Beaver Hat and Seek, and Majestic West, the top 3, separated by a half length at the quarter pole. Samaranti still out in the center of the track and still fourth. 4 lengths off the lead now. Fra Moro to the inside of that one. Healing last, top of the short stretch. Beaver Hat is the leader off the far turn by almost a full length to and Seek. Majestic Majestic West in third, From Morrow fourth, Samaranti fifth, Healing is sixth, final furlong. Here comes Majestic West, chasing after Beaver Hat. Majestic West, short lead. From Morrow gets shook loose late, still third, past the 16th pole. Majestic West, the leader. Majestic West, the winner for Rafael Bejarano, is From Morrow second, and then Beaver Hat third, followed by Ann Seek in fourth.
He was 3 wide, but he got the trip sitting just off the pace, and he had the jump on the number 3 horse, Frau Morrow, who had to take back going into that first turn, and that was the difference in trip as Majestic West gets it done for Richard Rigney Racing. Phil Bauer, a son of Quality Road, a Keeneland graduate.
Yeah, it almost helped that this horse was wide because Frau Morrow took a little bit of time to find that racing room, and he just couldn't quite keep up or make up that ground that he kind of lost to the 5 Majestic West, but he gets the victory here in the opener at a nice price at 4-1.
5-3-1-2 in the opener of this 11 race card.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: the 5 Majestic West first, 3 Farmoro second, 1 Beaver Hat third, 2 Ann Seek fourth. 5-3-1-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, 5 Majestic West, owned by Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, trained by Philip Bauer. Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. Majestic West, a 4-year-old gelded son of Quality Road, out of You're Beautiful by Stormcat, bred in Kentucky by Pursuit of Success LLC. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 44.17 seconds. First race results official. 5-3-1-2 official for Keeneland's first. Keeneland's second race upcoming. A reminder, the main track is fast, the turf firm today. Race 2, double pick 3 and early pick 4 wagering. Super High 5 jackpot carryover, $24,586. A reminder in race 2, scratch the 7 Bella Union. Scratch the 7 Bella Union. Looking ahead to the third race, no changes in the third. Fourth race, scratch the 2, 'Tis Splendid News. That's the fourth race, scratch the 2, 'Tis Splendid News. A reminder in race 5, scratch part of entry 1A Bee-Boo. Also scratch the 3 Vegas Guy. Scratch 9 Hard Asset. Scratch 12 Mahomes Money. Also scratch 13 Cool Quest and 14 Rising Empire.
Race number 2, 18 minutes to post. Back to the 2-year-old filly action, which we've gotten a big dose of and will continue to here on opening weekend at Keeneland. They'll be routing at 1.16 miles. And this race does start the early pick 4 for 50 cents. We're looking at the 4, Gabby. I'll get to her in a second, but we've got the entry, the 1 and 1A for Kenny McPeek, sitting as the 9-5 favorite.
And both look very tough. I mean, at Front Street, she's the one. She's going to be stretching out in distance. She looks like she needs that. And Ship It got off slowly, but comes out of a very tough race at Churchill Downs last time out. So it's kind of a 1-2 punch here. It makes sense that they're opening up at such a short price.
Here's my top play, Honorifique, 9-2 right now. The daughter of Honor Code, a Keeneland graduate, out of the stakes winning mare Doubled, the daughter of Exchange Rate. She's run twice, 2 sprints to her route. That's oftentimes a heavily relied on angle in the game of thoroughbred racing, and this filly is bred to go further. You think of what Honor Code's first crop has been able to do, led by Honor AP, that Grade 1 winner of the Santa Anita Derby. Honorifique will improve on the stretch out distance, and her 2 sprint races suggest that. She showed some speed on debut. She was then wide from an outside post in that second race of her career, which she ran into that very good filly, Travel Column, who we saw compete in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. So I would expect big things for her, especially on the stretch out and distance and having the 2 runs under her belt. Honorifique, my top selection. Then go to the 8-horse, Guana K, for Kent Spellman and Wesley Ward. There's a filly by Air Force Blue, who also comes out of tough company. She was last seen taking on the Grade 1 winner Vequist, part of that first crop of Nyquist, who's produced dual Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf. She had an outside draw that day. She just probably was not good enough at the end of the day, and her pedigree suggests that routing should not be an issue by that top 2-year-old during his racing career, Air Force Blue and Malibu Moon. So you've got some speed, you've got some distance on the pedigree, and you've got a good looker as well, the filly for Guana K for Wesley Ward. Gerardo Corrales gets the opportunity right now, 9-2. And then the 6-horse Will Secret, my third choice, 4-1. She's getting some play as she gets ready to team up with her rider, which will be Colby Hernandez. Colby rode her last time in her only race. She was a huge price that day of 34-1. She didn't have the cleanest trip as they were turning for home, but she still managed to finish third. And here's another horse, much like the 2 that I just spoke of, and especially the first one, the 4, the Honor Code filly. She's bred to go longer. Will's Secret by Will Take Charge for Willis Horton. Perhaps it'll all come together here. It's a homebred for Willis Horton, and 4-1 right now, a good price on a pretty wide open race at the end of the day. I respect the Kenny McPeek runners. You got the 2-for-1 there with the entry, but there are strong cases to be made on several of these fillies.
For sure. And they're 2-year-old fillies. You never know who's going to effectively stretch out to the 1.16 today. Most of these fillies have only sprinted, so that really is a question. 1A, Ship It, is going to be my top selection. Of course, you get 2-for-1 with the entry. I like both of them, but did prefer the number 1A, Ship It, for Kenny McPeek because it was a fast pace in her debut. She clearly lost contact with the field early, and she was off slowly, and she was only beaten a little over 3 lengths in that event. We saw Salty as Can Be. She was the winner of the race, and she is a sister to Salty, who's a Grade 1 winner. So overall, I thought that was a very tough field at Churchill Downs, and I prefer her. Now, the number 5, High Fashion, at least she has gone a distance of ground, albeit it was on the turf at Kentucky Downs, but one thing that we have found is that some of these horses coming from Kentucky Downs, especially the 2-year-olds, they get a lot of fitness out of those races. And I think that could be the case here with this particular filly for Rusty Arnold, a filly by Union Rags. And judging by her pedigree, it looks like she could even move forward on the dirt versus the turf in which she debuted. And then finally, the number 8, Guana Key, is going to be the third selection here for me, for trainer Wesley Ward. She is going to have to turn it around from her performance in the Grade 1 Spinaway. Now, it was Grade 1 competition. It was a tough race. I'm curious to see where she is today. I think she does have a lot of natural speed, so she could maybe dictate on the front end. We'll see what she can do. Right now at 5-2 is your second choice outside of the entry at 2-1. Saddles are on. Riders will be legged up in just a few moments. We are 14 minutes out from this very nice 2-year-old filly maiden special weight. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. The Curb On, a maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track, which is listed fast today. Double, pick 3, early pick 4, super high 5. You got a carryover for the super high 5 jackpot, 24,586. Reminder, this race finishes in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 7 Bella Union. Number 7 is scratched. 7 minutes to post.
Two-year-old fillies are warming up on track here and taking a look at the number 1A Ship It for trainer Kenny McPeak. This is a filly who I picked on top, and I really like how she's warming up, Scott. It looks like she's kind of just floating over the track. My one concern with her is that when you look at her in comparison to the rest of the field, she is very petite. It looks like she has a lot more growing to do, and obviously that could be a little bit of a concern stretching out to a mile and a 16th.
Yeah, we'll see if she can do that, but she rallied from the back of the pack on debut, and she ran into the next out winner, Lady Traveler, in that September 4th event. So we'll see if she can pick it up here today, part of that entry that remains as the 3-2 favorite.
The number 4, Honorifique, is a horse that you like, Scott, and I'm liking her more and more the more I see her on track today. She just seems really sharp, really racy, and I think she's a filly that will be forwardly placed today.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked because she showed us that speed going 7/8 of a mile, and you've got to be a fast filly to be a length and 3/4, 2 lengths off the pace as she was on August 7th, which was her debut race. She was wide draw last time out. I don't think I'd hold that against her. She's clearly faster than that. So 7-2, a $9 potential winner here in the next few minutes. I think that she's still definitely the play for me in my top selection.
Yeah, she looks very sharp and very professional, too. Whereas the 5 High Fashion, I also like this filly because of her size, Scott. I was watching the field go through the post parade, and she was one of the bigger fillies in the post parade, which I like to see because at least she, too, has some bottom underneath of her. She did go a mile on the turf last time out. I think that will help her as well as her size.
There's no doubt she's going to have fitness off of that Kentucky Downs race, and Rusty Arnold with the winner yesterday. He gets so keyed up for these and keys his horses up for these Keeneland meets. So the number 5 horse at 5-1 worth a look. And then let's spin it over to Will Secret, the number 6 horse for Dallas Stewart, the filly that debuted and rallied late to finish third at Churchill Downs. Dallas just telling me a few moments ago that they expected her to run that well. She had been putting in fast workouts, minute and change works before that September 17th race, and he says they've always wanted to stretch her out, which they are doing here today. She's a lovely looking filly if you're getting a chance to see her on the screen right now, and don't be surprised if she takes a big leap forward here at odds of 5-1.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Curb On, start of the early pick 4. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Quana Key from the far outside, out hustling for the early lead. Front Street is there, and also Honorifique. And here's Family Time kicking in down to the rail. Family Time going to move through now, take the advantage heading into the first turn. Honorifique goes second to the outside, tries to join the leader up front around the turn, now backs away a length off the lead, 1 lane off the rail. Quana Key to the far outside is in third, 2 lanes off the rail, 2 lengths off the lead around the first turn. Front Street in between horses in fourth. as they hit the back stretch. Ship It is 5th up on the outside. And then Will's Secret is 6th. High Fashion 7th. Break of 7 more lengths back to Miss Skycat, who's last. Opening quarter, 24.27 seconds. Up the backstretch they go, and Family Time is the leader for Joe Talamo. Family Time on top by just over a length. And Honorifique is biding time in second, 3/4 of a length. Guanakee, third up on the outside. Here's Front Street, fourth to the inside, 3 lengths off the lead. Will's Secret tries to find running room down to the inside. Now looks between horses from 5th. Ship It is next up on the outside, followed by High Fashion, still a long way back to Miss Skycat. Opening half mile, 49.53 seconds. Family Time, the leader. Here's Honorifique inching forward to the outside, a half length off the lead. Guanakee goes third up on the outside, and Front Street is down toward the rail in 4th. Ship It has to angle wide in 5th, 3 lengths off the leader past the quarter pole. It is Family Time leading Honorifique. Ship It to the far outside. Guanakee tries to find some room in between horses, still 4th off the far turn. Here's Front Street looking for an opening down toward the inside. Ship It far outside, Front Street down to the inside. Guanakee between that pair, and then Honorifique, who's still fighting on. So Front Street at the rail, Guanakee driving at her from the outside. At the line, Guanakee gets up to win it by a neck for Gerardo Corrales.
Guanakee had to work for it here. The daughter of Air Force Blue, trainer Wesley Ward striking again with the 2-year-old here at Keeneland. This filly recently in the Grade 1 Spinaway. Breaks her maiden here today, going a mile and a 16th.
Yeah, Scott, at the top of the stretch, I wasn't sure who was actually going to pull off this victory, but Guanakee was resilient enough to get the victory today. And I also thought it was a good performance from the 4 Honorifique, because she was kind of in between, sandwiched between horses, and that was a good performance for a 2-year-old.
It was, because it looked like she'd lost some ground at the top of the stretch once they'd straightened out, but she battled back to maintain that position that you're talking about. But at this point in time, it is Guanakee, the daughter of Air Force Blue, with the victory in race number 2.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. The 8, Guanakee, was first. 1, Front Street, was second in that photo. 4, Honorifique, was third. 1A, Ship It, fourth. And number 6, Will's Secret, was fifth. Both parts of the entry finishing in the top 4. So unofficially, it would be an 8-1-4-6 Superfecta, 8-1-4-6-5 on the Super High 5. Unofficial, 8-1-4-6-5. Unofficial on the Super High 5. Unofficial winner of race 2 at Keeneland, the Curbon, 8 Guana Key, owned by Kent Spellman, trained by Wesley Ward. Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Guana Key, a 2-year-old filly from the first crop by Air Force Blue, out of Winding Bay by Malibu Moon, bred in Kentucky by Wesley Ward and Kent Spellman. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 46.07 seconds. Results still unofficial. Race 2 results are now official at Keeneland. A reminder that the Superfecta will be 8146, the Super High 5 81465. Refer to the television monitors and video boards for further information. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $26,155. There are no scratches, no jockey changes in race 3. Fast track, firm turf this afternoon. A reminder, third race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Looking ahead to the fourth race, scratch the 2, 'tis Splendid News. That's the fourth race, scratch the 2, 'tis Splendid News. Checking race 5. A reminder in the fifth race, scratch part of entry, 1A Bibu. Also scratch the 3 Vegas Guy. Scratch 9 Hard Asset. Scratch 12 Mahomes Money. Scratch 13 Cool Quest. And scratch 14 Rising Empire.
Race number 3, 17 minutes to post. More 2-year-old action. These are for the boys, and non-winners at 2, optional 75. And they'll be going 1 mile on the main track. And taking a look right now into the paddock at the even money favorite, pretty heavy favorite right now. That is the number 5 horse, Tate, who debuted for Godolphin and Mike Stidham with Angel Suarez in the saddle at Delaware just over a month ago, and sat slightly off the pace and finished off a 7-length victory on that afternoon. So expectations high with this colt. This on a quality road. Obviously, Godolphin, they've got the big attempt later on today in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity with Essential Quality, the morning line favorite. So this colt, we'll see where he's at in relationship to his stablemate and what his stablemate does later on today. One of the upsides to this colt is he's a half-brother to Shared Sense, the Indiana Derby and Oklahoma Derby winner. And so we'll see what this colt's able to do as he steps up to a router ground. He certainly has the pedigree to do so for Godolphin. The number 2, Pico d'Oro, my second choice for Billy Morey. Here's a colt by Curlin, who's routed once. That was in the Iroquois in his last race. He's back behind that tree, I promise you. They'll take blinkers off of him for the first time, and there he is, Pico d'Oro, the son of Curlin, out of the Bernardini mare. We're seeing so often mares by Bernardini producing top runners, and this is a colt that broke his maiden against Stakes Company in the juvenile stakes at Ellis Park, back on Ellis Park Derby weekend, so that was about a month ago as well. So we'll see if he's able to take a step forward. I think the blinkers off will be key for him as he stretches out by the champion son of Curlin. And then the number 4 horse, Gabby, the 4 Ultimate Badger for Dale Romans. He too comes out of the Iroquois. He'll be stretching out to a 2-turn distance for the first time. We'll see if he can back up his debut, which was on the mud. We'll see if he can take a step forward. I think the 2-turning, the son of Commissioner, will do him some good. And Luis Saez gets the opportunity here today, which I think is one of those things you've got to take a look at because Joe Talamo rides so often for Dale Romans. Clearly he had the option here. I think that upgrades the 2 Pico d'Oro even further at odds of 3-1. So 5-2-4, my top 4 in race number 3.
It's a good point. Joe Talamo did win a stakes race on Pico d'Oro, though, so that might have something, or that might, obviously take precedent there. But the number 5, Tate, is another horse that I land on as my top selection. So Scott and I agree in here, as does the betting public, as he is even money. He was just so impressive in his debut. Now, he's being asked to do a lot of new things, though. He's shipping here to Kentucky. He has to stretch out to 2 turns. He has to be able to relax now, stretching out to the 2-turn distance. So, in these 2-year-old races, it's very difficult to take such a short price on any particular horse, but I was certainly sold and impressed by his debut effort. The number 4, Ultimate Badger, I agree with all the points that Scott was making. I think that this horse is a better horse than what we saw from him last time out in the Grade 3 Iroquois. I think we're going to see maybe a performance going back to his debut at Ellis Park. You can see him. He's a big, rangy, good-looking colt in the paddock by Commissioner. So I don't see why he couldn't stretch out in distance, especially just looking at him as a physical. He definitely looks like he should be able to handle the mile today. And the number 2, Pico d'Oro, is another horse that I also use. Blinkers coming off today as he does stretch out to 2 turns for the first time. That was a 1-turn mile in the Grade 3 Iroquois. And this is a horse who should be able to maybe rate from off of it, get a good covered up trip towards the inside. And he does look like he's got talent. He at least has the consistency to him, and he at least has gone a mile in his last start too. So he's got the foundation underneath of him, as this is his 5th career start, whereas a lot of contenders in here are stretching out for the first time today in just their 2nd career start. So I do like that foundation underneath of this horse. They're all saddled up. We're going to take a closer look as they warm up on trackside in just a bit, but 13 minutes out from the 3rd. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Mohaman, allowance optional claiming race, $75,000 price, 1 mile over the fast main track. A reminder, the race finishes in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick three wagering. There is a carryover for the Super High Five jackpot, $26,155. No changes in this third event. Post time at 8 minutes.
Race 3 is up next in 6 minutes, a mile on the main track for these 2-year-old colts. And this is a first, non-winners of 2 lifetime condition. And we'll start with the heavy favorite in the number 5, Tate. And Scott, I can't really say anything bad about him. This horse is big. He's good looking. He looks like he should be the favorite.
Yeah, he's got the pedigree. He's got that debut flashy victory. He's warming up nicely as he passes just in front of the winner's circle right now with 5 minutes to post. We talked about his pedigree, half to shared sense, who's won now 2 derbies, the Indiana Derby and the Oklahoma Derby. So the race most certainly does look like it goes through him.
Now, the number 4, Ultimate Badger, this was a horse that really caught my eye in the paddock. I know you just spoke to Dale Romans a moment ago. What did he have to say?
He said he don't read too much in the fact that Joe Talamo, who's represented by his son Jake is his jocks agent, don't read too much in the fact that Joe goes to Pico d'Oro, because he said he wasn't quite sure that he was going to run this colt in this race. So Talamo had already given the call to Maury on Pico d'Oro. He was toying with the idea of running this horse in the stake, and he really thought that he was going to run a big one last time out at Churchill in the Grade 3 Iroquois. he says he expects big things. So at 6-1, take notice of Ultimate Badger based on the conversation I just had with Dale Romans about 2 minutes ago.
I even had a little side conversation with Tammy Fox, and she said they really thought highly of this horse and not really sure what happened to him last time out, but maybe he can turn things around here this afternoon. He certainly does look the part today. And then finally, the number 1, Drop Anchor. This is a horse that neither of us mentioned, Scott. I do think he has to kind of navigate a trip from the rail post position, but he does get Corey Lannery to do that. I loved how he warmed up. Look at him on track. Look at his presence. He just really kind of flipped the switch on once he came over to the track.
Yeah, that gray coming through from his sire, Anchor Down, the son of Tappet. This from his first crop, comes from a Curlin mare, and she has produced this only starter. This has been her only starter, her only winner, which is a good sign for the broodmare Black Coronas. But Drop Anchor, losing ground in a one-turn race like he did versus losing ground in a two-turn race, it couldn't be further removed from one another. You're in a bad spot as he was last time out, and thus I think that's why you got the finish. Today, going 2 turns for the first time, even if he isn't that sharp away from the gate, he'll have some time to regroup, to establish position down the backstretch and make a move, and then ultimately make that move. Yeah, he's another live long shot in this race where there's some good prices in here. It's being played as a 2-horse race, but it looks like there's some cases to be made as we're 3 minutes away from race number 3, another look at some top-level, well-bred 2-year-olds here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Mohaymen. First wire. They are at the post. They're off. Tate off just a step slowly. There goes Dreamer's Disease outrunning for the lead. Meister comes away in second. Ultimate Badger is third as they head for the first turn. Tate is fourth toward the outside. Now makes a sharp move down to the inside around the first turn into the fourth position. Drop Anchor had to check. Now starts to move back up in between horses into fifth, joined by Perfect Mistake in sixth upon the outside. And Pico Doro is last of the seven as the field moves off the first turn and on to the backstretch. Dreamer's Disease is the leader. Opening quarter 23.73 seconds. Dreamer's Disease leads it by 2 lengths. Meister second by a length and a half. And then Ultimate Badger third by a half length. Tate is fourth down toward the inside now. 4 lengths off the lead. Moving up closer fourth. Now challenging for third. Has Drop Anchor right behind. Perfect Mistake up on the outside. Pico Doro is last. All the while, Dreamer's Disease continues to set the tempo. 48.66 for that opening half mile. Dreamer's Disease leads it by 2 lengths. So Meister's second a length. Tate third ahead. Ultimate Badger fourth on the outside, moving midway on the far turn. Perfect Mistake is next to the outside of Drop Anchor. Pico Doro last. And back up front, it is still Dreamer's Disease who guides the field toward the quarter pole. Dreamer's Disease, a 4-length lead now. Tate moving up toward the inside in the second position. Ultimate Badger to the outside in third. Meister has lost ground in between that pair as they move off the far turn. Still trying to fight on, however, but coming into the final furlong, Dreamer's Disease has a 6-length advantage. Back to Ultimate Badger in second position. Meister third. Tate has dropped back to fourth. Past the 16th pole, Dreamer's Disease and David Cohen to pull the upset here. Dreamer's Disease takes it. Ultimate Badger was home second. Further back, it was Meister third. Tate fourth. Pico Doro fifth.
A big weekend here on opening weekend at Keeneland for the sire Lao Band, simply ravishing yesterday in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, and another wire-to-wire winner, this time with Dreamer's Disease, who set almost similar fractions to what the filly did yesterday and never gave them an opportunity. Wins by daylight.
Yeah, 13 to 1 shot here today. His debut on the dirt wasn't great, but he completely turned things around today to be a multiple-length winner and a runner-up performance from the 4 Ultimate Badger. And in the end, Scott, the 5 Tate, really just a no-show today at 6 to 5.
The stock of Lao Band, first crop stallion, continues to rise here at Keeneland. Another win in the matter of 2 days at Fall Stars weekend.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 6 Dreamer's Disease first. 4 Ultimate Badger second. 3 Meister third. 5 Tate was fourth. 2 Pico Doro fifth. 6, 4, 3, 5, 2 unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's third, the Mohayman 6 Dreamer's Disease. Owned and bred in Kentucky by Southern Equine Stable LLC of Michael Moreno, trained by Robertino Diodoro, the jockey David Cohen. Dreamer's Disease, a 2-year-old son of Lauban from his first crop, out of Marketplace by Stormy Atlantic. The 1 mile over the fast main track, 1 minute 37.44 seconds, and the results are now official. 6-4-3-5-2, official for Keeneland's third. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering are featured here. There is a carryover for the Super High Five jackpot, $27,161. In the fourth race, scratch the 2, 'tis Splendid News. Scratch the 2, 'tis Splendid News. Once again, a race that will finish in the short stretch. Looking ahead to race 5, a reminder, in the fifth race, scratch part of entry, 1A, Bibu, also scratch 3, Vegas Guy, scratch the 9, Hard Asset, scratch 12, Mahomes Money, scratch 13, Cool Quest, and scratch 14, Rising Empire. Checking the sixth race, a reminder that the temporary rail is down, the turf is firm today. In the sixth race, the Woodford presented by TVG, there are no changes to report at this time.
Race number 4 features 2-year-old fillies looking to break their maiden out of Rattle Ground as we're 17 minutes to post. They'll be on the dirt. This race does start another double, as well as rolling pick 3. Scratch the 2, Tis Splendid News. The 5 is the heavy favorite at 3-5 right now. And I'm going to go to the number 7 horse, Malibu Bird, as my top selection. I've heard about this horse even before the days that she's began running. And she ran a good second to eventual stakes winner Girl Daddy. Last time out at Churchill Downs, just simply was down on the inside of horses, not comfortable. Gets an outside draw here today. And I think that the move to Luis Saez is only going to help this daughter of Malibu Moon for the Mary Lou Whitney stables. Watch out for Malibu Bird at a price at odds of 7-1, especially if she can put together some of that speed that we saw from her on debut, because speed, as it was yesterday, is performing very well on the main track. Amici is my second choice, the number 3 for Cherie DeVoe. Here's another one that I heard a bit about before her debut. She ran in that Travel Column race, Travel Column competing in the Darley Alcibiades yesterday. I think that she has to take a step forward here today, especially with her pedigree. There she is getting saddled up. She was beaten 9.5 lengths. She got a little bit of attention in that debut race. She was 9-1 in a field of 12, so she was a player as far as the pari-mutuel wagering was concerned. Watch for Amici to take a step forward as she rears up here in the paddock, as she has been saddled up. We'll see if she settles in, and it looks like she at least is for the time being. Something we'll definitely keep an eye on. And then finally, Gabby, the one-horse Bahama Mischief, who's 6-1 for Ian Wilkes. Back on dirt, I think, will be the key for this daughter of Vincent Mischief. $300,000 Keeneland September sales graduate. She's level right now as Ian Wilkes sponges her down. 6-1, not a bad price. So I'm price hunting here, going against this 3-5 favorite, the number 5 horse Bellamore for Chad Brown and Kaleem Shaw.
Yeah, Scott, when I originally looked at this race, I liked the number 2, Tis Splendid News. Unfortunately, that filly is out, and I default into the number 5, Bellamore. But I still do like my top pick. I do think that she has to improve on a couple of things from her debut. Watching that race at Saratoga, she was on the wrong lead. She was under Irad Ortiz, and it looked like she was just kind of leaning in. I wouldn't say even lugging in, but leaning in. And he had a tough time to try to correct her. So I think if that is corrected today, yes, she could certainly win this race, and she does look like a filly that will benefit from stretching out to 2 turns. It's usually what we see, especially coming out of Chad Brown's barn. If they're debuting at 7 furlongs, well, they're probably going to be very ready when they stretch out to the 2-turn distance for the first time. So I do like her on top. The number 7, Malibu Bird, Scott's top selection. And what happened with her last time out was that she did not get out of the gate very well, and the inside post position was just really tough for her to overcome, because after that, Manny Franco kind of got after her. Then she took a hold of the bit and was pulling. She was a little bit rank on the inside of horses, so it was this kind of stop and go type of race at 6 furlongs, and obviously that is not ideal. So with this outside draw, with the added distance, I really do think that she will be on the lead. And you can see her. She's a very classy-looking filly. And you look at her frame, she certainly looks like she can go a distance of ground, and she's bred to do it as well by Malibu Moon out of Unbridled Song mare Tweeter. Now, that said, you would think that most of the siblings were successful going long, obviously being out of Unbridled Song mare, but actually a lot of them did do okay sprinting too. Some of them did okay going a distance of ground. So it really will be a true test, but she did come out of a toughly run race last time out, I should say. And then the number 4, Surrealist, is another horse I'll use here for trainer Kenny McPeak, just because she looked like she needed her first race. She went against Olivia of the Desert in her debut, who competed in the Darley Alcibiades yesterday. And then it looked like everything really came around for her last time out, where she showed speed and she finished second at a big price at Kentucky Downs. So I think those 2 races have done well for her, at least from a fitness standpoint, to get her ready at the 1.16 miles here today. It's just a question of who she's really going against today, because it does look like there are some bears in here. She's going to have to step up to the plate, but she is a price at 13-1. We are 12 minutes out from the 4th race here. A very nice maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies. Your 4-5 favorite is the 5, Bellamore.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. The flatter Maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch. Scratch the 2, 'tis splendid news. Scratch the 2, 'tis splendid news. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Carry over for the Super High 5 jackpot, $27,161. Post time in 7 minutes.
Okay, we'll start with 5, and then we'll go. Field is on track here for a nice maiden special weight coming up next. We're 4 minutes out from the 4th race, and we'll start with the 5 Bellamore for trainer Chad Brown. I mentioned this filly, and going back and watching her debut, she was on the wrong lead, Scott, and it looked like she was kind of starting to lean in towards the horses, towards her inside. But you wouldn't think that she would do that in the afternoon, just judging by how she looks on track. She looks so professional. She's sharp, but professional. So maybe she'll turn things around today.
Always tough to recreate the race scenario, though, and that was the first one thrown at her. So perhaps that led to that. And obviously, building off of that experience could be something that she can take advantage of and utilize. I just had a chance to speak to Ian Wilkes, the trainer of the number 1 horse, Bahama Mischief. Asked him about her race at Kentucky Downs and what was his takeaway from it. And he said the turf was a bit loose over there at Kentucky Downs, a bit sandy. So that led to the performance. He says they're not by any means going to give up on racing her on grass in the future, but they returned her to the main track here today. He did seem a bit disappointed that she had drawn the rail, but it's obviously the luck of the draw. And so Julian's going to have to work out a trip from that inside. I asked him if she's got maybe a little bit of gate speed. He says there's some other faster horses in here, so we'll see where she ends up coming away from the starting gate going into the first turn.
Yeah, and at least he's right. I mean, I do think that there are faster fillies, especially just to her outside, which she should be able to get a nice ground-saving trip from the rail, sit a nice pocket trip. And one thing I found from her in her warm-ups here, Scott, she looks very alert. She's got her ears forward. She's just taking in her surroundings, but I like her presence on the track. But I do think, they're going to have to beat the favorite here in Bellamore, although I shall say, favorites have not been doing that well today.
No, they've not been all that lively. We'll see what happens. You got 3 minutes more to sort this one out and get those wagers in for race number 4 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, the Flatter. First wire. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Malibu Bird. Malibu Bird grabs hold of the racetrack and instantly opens up by 3 lengths. Amiche comes away in the second position. Linlow Lady is away running third from the outside, joined by Medj Thom, caught wide into the first turn, moving up into fourth around Surrealist, who slides down next to the rail to save some ground in the 5th position, and is followed closely by West Side Girl up on the outside. She now moves up into 6th. Bahama Mischief drops back 1 spot in 7th. Bellamore is last for the move off the turn, 23.91 seconds the time for the the opening quarter. Malibu Bird, the leader. Malibu Bird in front by 2 lengths up the backstretch. Linlow Lady second by a head. Amiche tries to inch forward down toward the inside from that 3rd spot. Medj Thom is 4th on the outside by just a head. Surrealist 5th back toward the rail. Then West Side Girl, Bahama Mischief, Bellamore last, 48.73, the time for the opening half mile. Malibu Bird is the leader by a length and a half to the far turn. Linlow Lady second up on the outside of neck. Amiche still looking toward the inside from 3rd. Medj Thom 4th up on the outside, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Surrealist, West Side Girl. Bellamore has to angle wide from next to last, still 7 lengths from the front. Bahama Mischief trails. The leader is coming to the quarter pole. Malibu Bird, the leader. Malibu Bird in front by nearly 3 off the far turn. Top of the short stretch. Linlow Lady tries to reel her in. Bellamore has picked up several spots, but is still in a tussle with Medj Thom for 3rd. That pair 5 lengths from the front, coming toward the 8th pole. And Malibu Bird nursing the lead, under urging here. Linlow Lady, then Medj Thom toward the rail. Bellamore up on the outside, all trying to catch Malibu Bird. A final try from Bellamore. Here comes the wire. Malibu Bird. Bellamore at the line. Looked like Malibu Bird hung on, separated by just a head across the wire in 1 minute 45.46 seconds. Bellamore was closing and right there.
Thrilling finish here in race number 4 at Keeneland. It was Malibu Bird who had set the tempo throughout, and right here you can see Luis Saez urging her to switch leads, and once he does, he gets a little bit more right there, but then here comes the favorite, the 5, Bellamore, who makes it ultra tight at this first wire finish.
My heart is pounding right now, Scott. I'm not going to lie, because does she hang on inside? It's very close.
I think the inside does hold. Here's the ground level look at it. Malibu Bird, the number 5 horse, Bellamore. They're both looking for the wire, but the 7 more so than not. I'd go inside, but obviously they're going to have to review the photo as they hand it over to the placing judges. Another look at it. What a finish. Maybe even that jump, the 5 got herself in front. I believe that was past the wire. Bottom line, a tight finish between 2 nice fillies, Malibu Bird and Bellamore.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race in the photo. 7, Malibu Bird was 1st. 5, Bellamore 2nd. 6, Linlow Lady 3rd. 9, Medj Thom 4th. The 1, Bahama Mischief 5th. 75691 unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's 4th, the Flatter, 7, Malibu Bird, owned by Mary Lou Whitney Stables of John Hendrickson, trained by Norm Cassie. Luis Saez, the jockey. Malibu Bird, a 2-year-old filly by Malibu Moon, out of Tweeter by Unbridled Song, bred in Kentucky by Mary Lou Whitney Stables, LLC. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.46 seconds. Results still unofficial. Fourth race, results official, 7-5-6-9-1, official for Keeneland's fourth. The Super High Five jackpot goes in that fourth race, so that wager starts anew in race 5 at Keeneland coming up, which also starts the pick 6, no carryover for the pick 6, no carryover for that Super High Five jackpot. Again, it starts fresh here in race 5. Double and pick 3 wagering also offered. Start of the pick 6, Fast Track Firm Turf Rail is down today for the turf racing. A reminder in the 5th race, scratch part of entry 1A Bee-Boo, scratch 3 Vegas Guy, also scratch the 9 Hard Asset, scratch 12 Mahomes Money, also scratch 13 Cool Quest, and 14 Rising Empire. Looking ahead to the 6th race, no changes to report. 7th race is also clear. 8th race, scratch 3, Daddy is a Legend. That's the 8th race, scratch 3, Daddy is a Legend. No superfecta on that 8th event. Looking ahead to the 9th race, no scratches, no jockey changes in race 9. Checking the 10th. A reminder in race 10, scratch the 2 Halliday, scratch the 10 Spectacular Gem. That's the 10th race, scratch 2 Halliday, scratch 10 Spectacular Gem. Those are the changes as they currently stand for the pick 6. And looking ahead to race 11, no changes in that 11th race at this time.
Race number 5 coming up in 17 minutes, and there's a live look into the paddock and a look at the 11-horse United and Resolute for Courser Thoroughbreds, a colt by Violence, a Keeneland November sales graduate who debuted here at Keeneland back on July 9th when Fauci broke through with that impressive victory for trainer Wesley Ward. This was a colt that was coming on late. That was over yielding ground, too. He's my top selection in here at 5-1. We'll see how he handles the dirt again today. Gabby, he's shown some good dirt speed in that lone start on dirt, and that came at Saratoga, where he ultimately finished third. Then they tried him at Kentucky Downs. He ran a good third that day coming from off the pace. This is a horse that just simply has not run a bad race. And Tom Amoss, he's had good success with the offspring of Violence, and Violence having a very good run of it as of late. In fact, in his last 3 crops, he's produced Grade 1 winners in each of those crops. So United and Resolute is my top selection in here, and Luis Saez looking for back-to-back on the card after that beautiful ride in race number 4. The number 4 horse at 7-2, my second choice, Public Information for the Klarovich Stables, and Chad Brown, a colt by Into Mischief. The first dam, Ruby Lips, she was a winner at 2, and this colt's a half to the Grade 1 winner, Hard Not to Like, a very successful runner on the track. So a fantastic pedigree here for Klarovich Stable. 4-1 on the board, inside draw. We'll see what he's able to do. And Chad Brown, his stats are high across the board as far as situational stats, 21% with first-time starters. And then I'll go to the number 5 horse, he draws post 4. That's Dark Timber for Calumet Farm, a son of Mineshaft, the first dam, Winning Image, a winner at the age of 2, and has had some good workouts and good gate works, and comes in with a sharp 3-furlong gate drill to sharpen this colt up, I would assume, from Jack Sisterson. I like to see that. That was on the 26th of September. I would expect the 4 to be quick away from the starting gate here today. So, Gabby, 11, 4, and 5 for me in race 5.
Yeah, there are a couple of horses here that have been working very quickly in the morning, a couple of bullet work, so it'll be interesting how the pace scenario is in this particular race, especially because the main track has been kind to speed, so you would think that a lot of the riders want to have their horses in a forward position. I did land on the 11, United and Resolute, as my top pick as well. This is a horse who will be forwardly placed, judging by his race at Saratoga. And he finished third against Calibrate, who I really like in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity later today. He's going to be the top pick for me there, and I think overall that this is he was coming out of a very tough race in that race at Saratoga, and he it seems to be pretty versatile, this son of Violence. He's been capable on the turf, dirt, wherever. You can see a very classy individual in the paddock here today. Now, the number 8, Grand Design, a first-time starter for trainer Brad Cox, colt on the board right now at 10-1, and a lot of the time you have to pay attention to what the board is telling you, especially with these first-time starters coming out of Brad Cox's barn or Chad Brown's barn. You just really have to see what the tote board is telling you, and I guess it's not a positive sign that this horse is 10-1 right now, but I still really like the pedigree. He's a 2-year-old son of Union Rags. They paid $260,000 for this horse as a yearling at the Keeneland September sale. The mare, Princess Arabella, she was very nice. She was trained by Bob Baffert. She was undefeated in 3 starts. Unfortunately, that was all that she had in her career. But she also has become a very good producer. She produced the likes of Eulalie, who was second in the Black Eyed Susan for trainer Brad Cox. So there is really a nice pedigree here to the 8, Grand Design. And she looks like she's definitely calm in the paddock here. We'll see how she wakes up on trackside. And the number 5, Dark Timber. This horse is out of a mare that I'm very familiar with. This is Winning Image, and she was so fast. She used to run in the Mid-Atlantic, and she won many, many stakes throughout the Mid-Atlantic. In fact, she had 14 career victories, and she made over $750,000 the hard way. And this colt in particular is a half sibling to a horse that won first time out at 2. So you do get that precocity as well. Some really nice work tab, or a really nice work tab for trainer Jack Sisterson, and you get Tyler Gaffalione and the irons as well. So this race is tough because there's so many horses that have very nice pedigrees, some flashy work tabs coming into this race, and I think moving forward it's going to be a very productive race despite who in fact wins this one. My recommendation is I would use several horses here in the first leg of the pick 6 because I think it's really anybody's game with how these horses have been working and the connections. You take all that into consideration. I would have coverage and maybe look for a single later in the sequence. We're 12 minutes out here for race 5 to kick off that pick 6. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race. The Catholic Boy, maiden special weight for 2-year-olds at 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering, also the start of the pick 6. Scratch part of entry 1A Bibu, scratch 3 Vegas Guy, scratch 9 Hard Asset, scratch 12 Mahomes Money. Also scratch 13 Cool Quest and 14 Rising Empire. Post time at 8 minutes.
Five minutes away from race number 5, more 2-year-old action. There's a look at the number 1 horse, Happy Mac, the Keeneland graduate from 2019, the son of Run Happy, the half to Chancelot, a very fast horse who won the Amsterdam last year. It actually broke the track record for 6 furlongs, even though the distance in that race was 6.5. Here's a colt that he got a little bit squirrely before the race last time out in his debut. He's acting much better here today, and you can see that out on the racetrack. At 7-2, certainly deserves respect by that champion sprinter, Run Happy, who capped off a championship season with a win here in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and then on to the Grade 1 Malibu Stakes. The number 4 horse, Public Information, here is a 9-2 shot right now. Comes from that 2-year-old winning mare, Ruby Lips, the half to the Grade 1 winner, Hard Not to Like. She's hard not to like just looking at him. He is, as he bucks and plays out on the racetrack. So we'll see if Joel Rosario can get him to settle down. Let's see what is bothering him. I think he's just feeling good out there, to be honest with you. He's not giving you the action that he's perhaps spooked by anything, just bucking and playing a bit out on the racetrack. So looks good out there at odds of 9-2. The 8 at 12-1. Here's Grand Design for Brad Cox, another Keeneland graduate. This one owned by Robert LaPenta. Fast workouts at Ellis Park, a couple of solid workouts at Churchill. You've got to think that this colt is going to be fit, and he comes from the stakes winning mare Princess Arabella. The 8-horse Grand Design, son of Union Rags, currently sitting at 12-1. So more top flight, top level 2-year-old action here at Keeneland. Race number 5, 6 furlongs will be the distance for these youngsters.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Catholic Boy, start of the Pick 6. They are at the post. They're off. Slow start for public information. There goes Happy Mac outrunning for the early lead from between horses. Dark Temper has speed. King's Mischief there to the inside. United and Resolute up close. Moving out in the center of the track, now up to challenge for the top spot. King's Mischief going to back away from that front trio. Settle down to the rail in the fourth position onto the far turn. King's Ovation is in fifth. Oncoming Train sixth. Sheffy is seventh. Grand Design eighth. And Public Information last of the nine. Happy Mac leading United and Resolute by 3/4 of a length. 22.09 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Then a gap of 3.5 more lengths to Dark Timber in third by 6. King's Mischief is fourth by a neck. Oncoming Train moves by that one down to the inside. Sheffy toward the outside, nearly a dozen lengths off the lead. The lead battle is already past the quarter pole, though. United and Resolute to the outside, and Happy Mac fighting onto the inside. These two continue matching strides, working their way to the final furlong. 6 lengths to the good. Oncoming Train is in third. Back up front, United and Resolute and Happy Mac, with Oncoming Train trying to chase them down, but the lead pair's past the 16th pole. Happy Mac, United and Resolute, Oncoming Train still running. Oncoming Train gets there for Rafael Bejarano.
Take a bow, Jimmy DeVito. What a training job from this first out winner here, and what a name for the horse, Gabby, that was an Oncoming Train in the last 16th of a mile here in race number 5.
He definitely was rolling like a train there. Look at this horse just gobbling up ground late. Scott, I was looking at the 1 and the 11, United and Resolute, and here comes Oncoming Train out of the clouds. What a performance from him today.
Does it for Double Down Stables Incorporated. As mentioned, Jimmy DeVito training up at Arlington Park with those quick workouts, comes down here, takes to the dirt, and what a tough beat from the one Happy Mac, because he was involved in that lengthy stretch battle with the 11-horse United and Resolute. He comes back on him, but then here comes Oncoming Train, that horse rallying from off the pace, the number 6 horse, at odds of 24-1.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. 6 Oncoming Train was first. 1 Happy Mac was second. The 11 United and Resolute third. 7 Sheffy was fourth. 2 King's Mischief fifth. 6, 1, 11, 7, 2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, the Catholic Boy, the unofficial winner. 6 Oncoming Train, owned by the Double Down Stables Incorporated of Richard Templer, trained by Jimmy DeVito. 2 wins today for Rafael Bejarano. Oncoming Train, a 2-year-old son of Mine Shaft out of Fascino by Harlan's Holiday, bred in Kentucky by Curtis C. Green. Results are now official. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.32 seconds, 6-1, 11.72. The official results for Keeneland's 5th. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $2,498 for this upcoming 6th race. Race 6, double, pick 3, also pick 5 wagering here. It's the start of the $300,000 guaranteed all stakes pick 5. Race 6 on the turf, which is listed firm, rail is down. 6th race, the Woodford, presented by TVG. There are no changes in this 6th event. Looking ahead, race 7, no changes in the 7th race as well. Looking to the 8th race, a reminder in race 8, scratch 3, Daddy is a Legend. That's in the 8th race, scratch 3, Daddy is a Legend, no superfecta on that 8th race. Race 9, no scratches, no jockey changes. 10th race, scratch the 2, Halliday, and scratch the 10, Spectacular Gem. That's the 10th race, scratch the 2, Halliday, and also scratch the 10, Spectacular Gem. Those are the current changes for the All Stakes Pick 5. Looking ahead, the 11th and final race has no changes at this time.
As an owner, I love the Breeders' Cup Win in Your In series.
To win one of these challenge series is a way that we kind of map out our schedule throughout the year with our horses.
If you win one of the challenge races, you have a very good horse.
The King George, which is our Win in Your In race, provides the top middle distance horse in Europe. We saw Highland Reel run in both races.
We know when we show up at the Breeders' Cup, we've got the world to beat, not just everybody in the United States. Breeders' Cup Challenge, win, and you're in.
Shadwell Farm, home to world-class stallions, presents 3 young stars. Mohayman, a dazzling son of Tappet, was undefeated at 2 and a multiple graded stakes winner at 2 and 3. Tamarcuz, the leading earner by Speightstown at stud, won the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile and over $1.8 million. Kurbon won or placed in 9 graded stakes, 5 triple-digit buyers. Shadwell Farm, building speed for the future.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. 10 Kentucky Derby winners, 6 Triple Crown winners, 17 Horses of the Year, 23 Hall of Famers, and over 300 champions. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Race number 6, the first of 5 stakes races here today on this Fall Stars Saturday, highlighted by 3 Grade 1s. In this race, the Woodford Stakes presented by TVG, Grade 2 company. And this also does start a 50-cent guaranteed pick 5, guaranteed at $300,000. Brings back Leinster last season's, or this past meets here at Keeneland, winner of the Grade 2 Shakertown when he set the track record for 5.5 furlongs, doing so in a minute .86. My top selection is the current favorite. That is the number 5 horse, Chaos Theory, the Keeneland graduate from Keeneland, November of 2015. Here's a gelding for Hronis Racing and John Sadler that comes in off of a Grade 3 victory at Del Mar, running 56-1 that afternoon, and did so coming just off the pace with Umberto Rispoli. This certainly has to be one of the main reasons why Umberto has made the trek out here from Southern California, with racing going on at Santa Anita concurrently. And here's a gelding that has run big races in his last 4 or 5. He's actually has experience here when he ran against Imprimis in last year's 2019's spring meeting in the Shakertown. I think that he's got a big look. Look at his workouts at Santa Anita. He's been going good. And Hronis Racing and John Sadler, when they opt to ship, doesn't matter the level at Keeneland, and certainly it's more encouraging when they show up for Stakes Company, these horses tend to fire. So watch out for Chaos Theory, as most are, at odds of 2-1. My second choice is the 2 Fast Boat. He's 9-2. Looks wonderful down there in the paddock, the son of City Zip. I think he's just going to hold a good position with that inside draw that he has. He was only beaten 3/4 of a length in that track record-setting performance from Leinster in the Grade 2 Shakertown. He is a winner in the past here at Keeneland. And at the distance, he always seems to show up. He is 7 for 10 in the money, 4 victories at this distance. So watch out Adam Beschizza and Fast Boat for Brad Grady. My second choice, 9-2 right now. And then Extravagant Kid will round out my top 3. He gets the rail here today. He ran a good race from the rail in the Shakertown back in July. Then he came back with that good effort in the Grade 2 turf sprint at Churchill Downs. That certainly has to be encouraging, Gabby, after we saw what Diamond Oops was able to do yesterday in the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes on the dirt. So that form is live. With that next out winner, pay attention to Extravagant Kid and what he's been able to do in his last several starts as he takes on this group here today in the Woodford Stakes presented by TVG.
Yeah, when you get to the graded stakes level in these turf sprints, sometimes it's really hard to handicap because all of these horses are really good and they're really consistent. And it just boils down to whether or not they get the right type of trip, whether it be 5 furlongs, 5.5 furlongs. But these horses are very solid. I, too, did land on the 5 Chaos Theory. I'm a bit surprised to see that he's opening up as the co-favorite right now at 2-1. But, you know, the credentials are there. I think he was just kind of getting good last year. And you look at some of those turf sprint events, the Grade 2 Shakertown, the Grade 2 turf sprint at Churchill Downs too. He had to go against the likes of Imprimis and World of Trouble. Those are serious turf sprinters. So yeah, he's probably faced a little easier in the past 2, but I think he can take that as momentum going into today. He is a closer, so he's going to have to work out the right trip, but Umberto Rispoli, he's been doing some damage on the turf course out west in California, whether it be a distance of ground or in those sprints. So I do have faith in his ability to navigate the waters today. The number 4, Just Might, I love how this horse looks in the paddock today. He's dappled. He looks like a happy horse too. And he ran really well last time out. He was in the thick of it. He was on the pace going against Diamond Oops and Extravagant Kid. It was the same turf sprint on Derby weekend at Churchill Downs. So yes, sometimes he can deliver his best, and that best would be good enough to win a race like this today. But he does have a tendency to go kind of in and out of form, and his most recent event at Keeneland was disappointing, going against Leinster when he was forwardly placed in that really, really quickly run race. So we'll see how he can turn things around, but he just seems like a horse that if he can deliver his best, he could run into contention, and he's 11-1 right now. And finally, the 1 Extravagant Kid I will use to round things out as riders are up and they're heading out to the main track. 10 minutes to go for the Grade 2 Woodford presented by TVG.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, 24th running of the Woodford, presented by TVG. A Grade 2 stakes for 3-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf rail down today. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the $300,000 guaranteed, all stakes pick 5. Carryover for the super high 5 jackpot, $2,498. No changes in race 6, post time in just 7 minutes. Let's meet the starters for the Woodford, presented by TVG. One is Extravagant Kid, owned by Dars Incorporated, of David A. Ross, trained by Brendan Walsh. Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. 2, Fast Boat, owned by Brad Grady, trained by Joe Sharp. Adam Beschitza is up. 3, Real News, owned by Town & Country Racing, LLC, of Kiki Cortellis, trained by Al Stall Jr. Jockey is Joel Rosario. 4, Just Might, owned by Griffin Farms of Robert Griffin, owned also by trainer Michelle Lovell. Colby Hernandez is up. 5, Chaos Theory, races for Horonis Racing LLC of Costa Horonis, trained by John Sadler, Umberto Rispoli to ride. 6, Chaps, owned by Joseph W. Sutton, trained by Eddie Keneally, jockey Corey Lannery. 7, Win Lion Win, owned by Farmed Alley Racing Stable of Allison Ramsey Banks, who is also the trainer. Sean Bridgmahan is the jockey. 8, Leinster, owned by Amy Dunn, Brenda Miley, West Rock Stables LLC of Joe and Scott Ford, owned also by Gene Wilkinson, trained by Rusty Arnold, Luis Saez to ride. And 9, Citrus Burst, owned by Lee Farms LLC of Bill Cosgrove, Jeff Engler trains, Joe Talamo rides. Post time at 5 minutes.
Five minutes away from the Grade 2 Woodford, presented by TVG. Certainly a look at horses that will be pointed towards the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint in a month's time. And we're looking right now at Leinster, the horse that set the track record at 5.5 furlongs in the Grade 2 Shakertown. Just speaking to his conditioner, Rusty Arnold, saying he was just amazed at how every single time they lead this horse over, he shows up. And you can see that with his last 8 starts at the very least. He was hoping to run him at Kentucky Downs a month ago, but he was skipped that race and opted to point towards this one. So we'll see where he's at. We'll see if he's ready to go. Obviously, the main goal will be the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint with this son of Majestic Warrior and 2-time winner at Keeneland. Looking at the 2-horse walking out of the paddock, he's just a good-looking 5-year-old gelding. And as I mentioned before, I think he's going to hold some good position going into that first and only turn. He looks wonderful. Joe Sharp and his team have done a great job for Brad Grady in those familiar orange and black silks that this gelding is carrying. As mentioned, Adam Beschitza gets the opportunity at 5-1 to get the ride back here off of that fourth beaten 3 1/4 length effort right here at Keeneland Racecourse. But you can see what I'm talking about. You can see how defined he is around the hindquarters and up around his shoulders as well. He's 5-1. The number 4 horse sits at 6-1, Just Might, for Michelle Level, a son of Justin Phillip. He was last seen finishing just behind Extravagant Kid and yesterday's Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix winner in Diamond Oops. And he's a horse that's got some good speed. We'll see if he's able to clear from that post. He might be a little bit faster than the few of those horses that he's surrounded by. So don't forget the Pick 5 pool, over $400,000. Well past that guarantee, the 50-cent Pick 5 all stakes guarantee, as it starts with the Grade 2 Woodford Stakes, presented by TVG.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, 24th running of the Woodford, presented by TVG. A Grade 2 that begins the $300,000 guaranteed All-Stakes Pick 5. They are at the post. They're off in the Woodford, presented by TVG. There goes Just Might. Citrus Burst up on the outside. Leinster has early speed. These three come right out to the front of the field. Extravagant Kid comes away running in fourth. Fast Boat is away in fifth. One lane off the rail and trying to move up to take fourth now by just ahead. Real News, 3 lanes off the rail in the 6th position. Win Lion Win, wide to the far turn, moves up 1 spot from 7th. Chaos Theory is trapped down toward the inside in some traffic next to last onto the far turn, nearly 6 lengths off the lead, then a gap of 3 more back to Chaps, who is last. Back up front, Just Might, the leader. Leinster between horses in 2nd position, and Citrus Burst third up on the outside. These three at the front as they come off the far turn. Extravagant Kid looks to the rail and 4th, tries to find more running room, but still 4 lengths off the lead. Coming into the final furlong, here's Leinster taking another run at Just Might. Leinster, Just Might, Extravagant Kid still 3 lengths away in 3rd. Chaos Theory is 4th toward the rail, still far back. Leinster has the lead in deep stretch. Late charge, Extravagant Kid. Leinster, Extravagant Kid 2nd. Leinster down to the line to win it for Luis Saez in the Woodford, presented by TVG.
Nobody's run faster at the distance on the turf course, and nobody's beat Leinster today as he takes over the lead here about an 1/8 out from the wire and goes on with it. That is back-to-back graded stakes wins for the son of Majestic Warrior. This is his turf course, and he ain't letting go of it.
Scott, how good is he, and how good is he right now at 5? I feel like he is in the form of his life. There's no doubt about it. He loves Keeneland, but he is so good right now, and he's going to be at his home track come Breeders' Cup.
Well done to Rusty Arnold, Amy Dunn, Brenda Miley, and West Rock Stables. Looks like on to the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint following these consecutive wins at Keeneland, the same course that BC Turf Sprint will take place at over a month from now.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. 8 Leinster was first. 1 Extravagant Kid was second. 4 Just Might was third. 5 Chaos Theory was fourth. And 2 Fast Boat was fifth. 81452 unofficial. Race 6 results official, 81452. The official results for Keeneland's sixth race. The official winner of Keeneland's sixth race, 24th running of the Woodford presented by TVG, 8 Leinster, owned by Amy Dunn, Brenda Miley, West Rock Stables LLC of Joe and Scott Ford, owned also by Gene Wilkinson, the trainer Rusty Arnold, winning jockey for the second time today, Luis Saez. Leinster, a 5-year-old son of Majestic Warrior out of Vassar by Royal Academy, bred in Kentucky by Griffin Investments LLC. 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. 1 minute, 1.59 seconds. Trophy presentation upcoming. Presenting the trophy for the Woodford, presented by TVG, Scott Hazelton presents to the connections of Leinster.
Leinster continues his dominance over these turf sprints here at Keeneland after setting a track record back in the summer meet. Well, he picks up this victory in the Woodford, presented by TVG. And Luis, what was the key to establishing the position that you did down the backstretch and ultimately allow him to flash his stuff down the stretch?
Well, the key was try to stay quiet as we can and break from there and find a good spot. He braked pretty sharp. He put me in the lead, but we don't really want to be there. We want to track somebody, and then we had a perfect position. When we came to the stretch, I had a lot of horse, and he just took off.
Well, it was a wonderful performance. Job well done to you. And Rusty, what was the key to getting him in the same fashion that we saw from him when he set the track record back in July?
Well, we had a little setback. He had a foot problem, and we were actually going to run him at Kentucky Downs, and we didn't get to run. And maybe it's going to be a blessing because he stayed right here on his home track and stayed at home, and he got to work on his turf course a couple of times. I think that's a big edge, and it worked out good.
The drier, the better for him, I'm guessing, as far as the turf course?
He loves it fast, and he's run on some good ones, but the drier, the better.
What's the key to keep that foot good to go for come Breeders' Cup time?
I'll probably tell you tomorrow, but it's been good. I mean, it's not bad. We just missed a little time, and it was kind of bad timing. We couldn't run him down there, and it's good now, as you can tell. So now we got to just keep it good because he loves this place.
It was great. Job well done to you, Rusty Arnold, Leinster. Luis Saez, winner of the Woodford Stakes presented by TVG, on to the Breeders' Cup.
Keeneland 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here, along with that $400,000 guaranteed all-stakes pick 4. There is a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $3,842. Fast track, firm turf today, no changes in race 7. Looking ahead to the 8th race, a reminder in race 8, scratch 3, Daddy is a Legend. That's the 8th race, scratch 3, Daddy is a Legend. No superfecta on the 8th event. No changes in race 9, the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Checking the 10th race, the Shadwell Turf Mile, scratch the 2, Halliday, and scratch the 10, Spectacular Gem. Again, scratch the 2, Halliday, and scratch the 10, Spectacular Gem. Those are the current changes for the all-stakes pick 4. Looking ahead, race 11, no changes in race 11 at this time.
Coming up next, a Breeders' Cup winning you're in for the Filly and Mare Sprint right here at Keeneland a month from now. It is the Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes, $200,000 on the line. Don't forget, this also starts a 50-cent, $400,000 guaranteed Pick 4 All-Stakes Pick 4 presented by TVG. I'm going to go to Dos Vinos, who's on your screen right now, this daughter of Twirling Candy, a Keeneland graduate owned by Tom Durant. Brett Calhoun has done such a great job through the years with female sprinters especially, and this looks like this will be his next big one as she's cleared the conditions, Maiden Allowance races, a other than Allowance win, that two other than Allowance win last time out beating Club Car, who showed up with a strong performance just yesterday here at Keeneland. I look for Dos Vinos to trend upwards, and I always take the stance of trying horses that I think that are of stakes quality the first time they try stakes company, because oftentimes you'll get a decent price because there may be stakes tested horses like we have in here that'll get played a little bit more than them, and then once that horse is able to perform at that level and perhaps win, it'll be a long time before you get that price. And that just may be the case with Dos Vinos, is looking at 5-1, a wonderful price on a filly that shouldn't be that far off of the pace if she runs her best race, and what's to say that she won't, given what she's done and been so consistent over the course of her career. So the two, my top selection, that Keeneland graduate, daughter of Twirling Candy, Dos Vinos, in the Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes. Then I'll go to the one sneaking out who needs to be aggressive from the inside. She had an inside draw back in May at Churchill Downs. Perhaps that was her undoing because of that inside post. But Umberto Rispoli has to recognize that he needs to get this filly away from the starting gate, because she simply doesn't want to be shuffled back. She wants to be within a length maximum from the pace setter in order to be successful. So sneaking out, she is the 2-1 favorite right now. Tough to knock a filly who's won 3 of her last 4, including back-to-back graded stakes victories in Southern California. And you can never sleep on the California speed. Palace Avenger, my third selection, the daughter of son of City Zip. Wesley Ward conditions this filly. She's 3 for 7. Gabby, she's riding a 2-race win streak, which makes her look like she can be anything, especially at 6 furlongs. When you've got horses that can run 108 and 3, especially a filly at Saratoga, you've got a good one on your hands. You've also got Luis Saez, which doesn't hurt considering the way that he's riding today.
Yeah, he has been paying attention to how the track's been playing, and he's been putting his horses on the lead, and it's been successful for him so far this afternoon. And the good thing about this filly is that she has natural speed, so the combination is a good one. I landed on the number 7 horse, Ladies Island, though, because I don't think there's any other horse that is fast as her. You look at some of the fractions that she's been able to reel off: 21 and 3, 43 and 4, 55 and 4, final time of 108 and 3 in the honorable miss last time out at Saratoga. And you look at some of her other races even prior to that, she's capable of opening up on the field by 4 lengths with internal fractions of 44 flat. She is extremely fast. Sometimes she's too fast and she can't get to the finish line in time. It doesn't happen often, as she is a 16-time winner in 32 starts, but I do think that this track will help her today, and I don't think anybody can run with her under Tyler Gaffalione. The number 2, Dos Vinos, is going to be the second selection for me here as Brett Calhoun. For Brett Calhoun, and she is a filly that seems to be very versatile. She can stalk from off of the pace, as she showed last time out here at Keeneland, even prior to that too, and she can be on the lead. I think she's going to get a nice stalking trip behind Lady Island and kind of go from there. For what it's worth, Brett Calhoun also will be saddling in just a few hours' time Mr. Big News in the Preakness Stakes at Pimlico, so good luck to him in that race, and in this race in particular, the number 2, Dos Vinos, is going to be the second pick for me. And then finally, the one sneaking out. I mean, Scott said it best. There's really nothing else I can add to it. You can't knock a filly that's coming in off of back-to-back graded stakes races, and maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe we're all overthinking it. Maybe she is just the best one in this field, but she will have to work out a trip from that rail post position under Umberto Rispoli. She is right now on the board as your co-favorite at 2-1. We also have the number 7, Ladies Island, as your co-favorite at 2-1 as well. This is a very potent field of these fillies and mares, and once again, it is a win and you're in for the Filly and Mare Breeders' Cup Sprint here at Keeneland Racecourse. They are 13 minutes out, all saddled up in the paddock. Best of luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 40th running of the Thoroughbred Club of America, Grade 2 Stakes. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, double and pick 3 wagering, and the start of the $400,000 guaranteed All Stakes Pick 4. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $3,842. No changes in race 7. Post time in 5 minutes. Here are the starters for the Thoroughbred Club of America, Race 7. Number 1, Sneaking Out, owned by KMN Racing, LLC, of Kevin Nish, trained by Jerry Hollendorfer, Humberto Rispoli, the jockey. 2, Dos Vinos, owned by Tom Durant, trained by Brett Calhoun, the jockey Mitchell Merle. 3, On Probation, owned by Suzanne Mundy, trained by Neil Pessin, Adam Beschitza to ride. 4, Divine Queen, owned by William Buff Bradley and Carl Hurst, trained by Buff Bradley. Calvin Burrell is up. 5, Palace Avenger, owned by Dreamfields Incorporated of Steve Cawthon, owned also by Don Brady, Mark Board, and John Gaynor, trained by Wesley Ward, Luis Saez to ride. 6, In the Midst of Biz, owned by Contreras Stable Incorporated of trainer Cipriano Contreras, owned also by Andrew Napchik, Martin Garcia aboard. And 7, Ladies Island, owned by Averill Racing LLC of Richard Averill, owned also by Maddie's Racing LLC, Paul and Kevin Maddie's, trained by Danny Gargan, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Post time, less than 4 minutes.
You know what I should...
4 minutes away from a Breeders' Cup winner. You're in for the Filly and Mare Sprint Division, and the current choice is the 1 horse Sneaking Out along with the 7, so co-favoritism right now on the tote board in the win pools. We're looking at the 5, though, Gabby, Palace Avenger, a filly that's won her last 2, both of which came at Saratoga.
Yeah, and those victories were very impressive. She's obviously on the board right now at 3-1, and you should respect her. Looking at her in the paddock, though, Scott, she does look very slight. She looks a little bit on the light side. So, I mean, we'll see what she can do today. But in my opinion, I do think this is a big test for her.
We'll see what this test involves for her, probably coming off the pace of a few of these other quick fillies in here. Divine Queen, though, the 4, a big price horse, 17-1. You were just telling me how much you liked her based on the way that she looks, and I think you can see it evident on the big board or wherever you're watching this warm-up, because she looks good on the track.
She does. She's got so much bounce to her stride. Her ears are forward. She just looks like a happy horse right now. And I think, you know, on paper, Scott, I actually did like her at a bit of a price. If you look at some of her form back of last year, she was running against some pretty nice horses and running well against them. So I think the sprint distance is okay for her. She had trouble in that allowance race at Churchill Downs, 2 starts back at 6 furlongs. I really think she is a horse to use at 18-1.
Yeah, there's enough speed to set things up for Divine Queen in here, and she was beaten by Lady Kate, who will be seen in the Juddmonte Spinster tomorrow. And then finally 9-5 on Sneaking Out as she takes over favoritism here late, clear from the 7 right now in the parimutuel pools. She was a bit on her toes coming out onto the track, and I think that's a good thing. She needs to be revved up from that inside draw. So we'll see what she does along with the 6 others that will be competing for an automatic slot into the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. We're just 2 minutes away from the Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 40th running of the Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes, a Grade 2 and a win in your end for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint division. Start of the $400,000 guaranteed all stakes pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. They are at the post. They're off in the Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes. Ladies Island comes out running for the lead up on the far outside. Palace Avenger has early speed as well. She comes away in second. In the midst of Biz, away running in the 3rd position. Sneaking Out is 4th down toward the inside. Dos Vinos is fifth, and a break of 6 more lengths back to On Probation. Next to last, Divine Queen is the trailer at the entry to the far turn. Ladies Island moves by. The inside traffic clears for the lead, gets down toward the rail, leads it by just a length. In the midst of Biz, moves up on the far outside now to challenge. And here's Palace Avenger looking for some running room. In tight down toward the rail, but keeps inching forward carefully around the far turn. In the midst of Biz, moves up, puts ahead in front from Ladies Island, and then Palace Avenger down to the inside. Those three at the quarter pole, separated by a length off the far turn. Then a gap of 3 to Sneaking Out, who has to go to the outside with Dos Vinos. That pair with 6 to make up on the leader in the midst of Biz, who's got the advantage into the final furlong of the Thoroughbred Club of America. Palace Avenger second, Sneaking Out third. Dos Vinos is in fourth in the midst of Biz. Past the 16th pole, looking for the upset here. Sneaking Out runs on toward second in the midst of Biz. Martin Garcia to win it in the Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes. 1 minute 9.84 seconds.
A 13-1 upset with In the Midst of Biz, the daughter of Fed Biz for Cipriano Contreras. She's had quite the year, but none bigger than what she just performed here in the Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes, running against some of the top female sprinters in North America.
Yeah, Scott, this filly was claimed for $20,000 in 2019, and now she's a graded stakes winner here for the Connections. And she looked like this win was never in doubt. She was traveling so comfortably throughout the entire running of the race. This is a big performance for this filly today.
She stops the clock in 109.4 and stamps her ticket to the Breeders' Cup. In the Midst of Biz, taking it to him here in the TCA.
Photo for fifth. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. The 6 In the Midst of Biz was first. 1 Sneaking Out was second. The 5 Palace Avenger was third. The 2 Dos Vinos was fourth, and 3 On Probation fifth. 6-1-5-2-3 unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's 7th race, 40th running of the Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes, 6 in the Midst of Biz. Owned by Contreras Stable Incorporated of Cipriano Contreras, who is also the trainer. Co-owned by Andrew Napchik and the winning jockey Martin Garcia. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 9.84 seconds. In the Midst of Biz, a 4-year-old filly by Fed Biz out of Midst by Closing Argument, winner bred in Kentucky by J.D. Stewart and Muller Farms Incorporated. Results, race 7 are now official. 61523, the official results. Trophy presentation coming up. And now the trophy presentation for the Thoroughbred Club of America, a win-and-you're-in Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of the Thoroughbred Club of America, President Katie LaMonica and Vice President Tony Lacey. They present to the connections of In the Midst of Biz.
In the Midst of Biz, just too much for them as she stamps her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. And Martin Garcia, the man aboard. How was she able, and how were you able to make that look so easy, Martin?
Well, because she's a good filly. I mean, I have a really good position. I know I have a speed outside, but I let it go and then I stay outside. And when I ask him to go, she just make it really easy.
Martin, job well done. Cipriano Contreras, I know you've had stakes wins in the past, but where would this rank for you in your short time going out on your own in your training career?
Oh, I don't know. It's kind of amateur day, I guess. We got lucky today, and that's about it.
I'd say that there was more than just luck involved, Cipriano. You've been around some very good horsemen in your lifetime. What was the key to getting this filly as good as she is at this point in her career?
She is getting a little better and better. We start off, we claimed this filly, and actually running for 16 at Oakland, and out of nowhere she started running a little better, and we took a shot and kind of worked out.
Certainly has worked out. Job well done.
Thank you, sir.
Cipriano Contreras, in the Midst of Biz. We'll be in the midst of some good ones come Breeders' Cup time in the Filly Mare Sprint.
Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, the 23rd running of the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare, Grade 1. Scratch 3, Daddy is a Legend. 3, Daddy is a Legend is scratched. As a result, no superfecta on this 8th race. Double pick 3 and late pick 4 wagering are featured here. Checking ahead to the 9th race, the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Reminder, no scratches, no jockey changes in the 9th. The 10th race, the Shadwell Turf Mile. Scratch the 2, Halliday. Scratch the 10, Spectacular Gem. 2, Halliday. 10, Spectacular Gem scratched. Race 11, no changes at this time.
UK Healthcare, we're dedicated to one mission, helping Kentucky get healthier. It's what drives our research, our outreach, our expert care. It's why we come to work every day and why Kentuckians come to us when it matters most. And it's why we've been ranked Kentucky's #1 hospital for the 5th year in a row, with one of the top cancer centers in the nation. The best in Kentucky, the best for Kentucky. UK Healthcare, the power of advanced medicine.
Race number 8, the first of 3 consecutive Grade 1 races on this Saturday card. It's the Grade 1 First Lady Stakes presented by UK Healthcare, a Breeders' Cup when you're in for the filly and mare turf, and also can provide a launching pad to the Breeders' Cup Mile. Exactly what it did last year to Uni, and she's my top selection, the mare by More Than Ready, who's on your screen. She's coming off of the championship season thanks to her win in last year's First Lady, as well as the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Mile. Since then, she's run twice, once at Belmont in the Just a Game with not much pace to chase that day, and then comes back in the 4-star Dave and tackles boys and finishes 7th that afternoon at Saratoga. I think that she bounces back here today on a course where she absolutely toyed with a group of really nice fillies last season, beating the likes of Basilica and Juliet Foxtrot. Comes in for trainer Chad Brown. Joel Rosario gets back with her. Joel rode her in those consecutive Grade 1 races and for a majority of the championship season last year in 2019. So I look for Uni to bounce back, the champion from last year, and picking up another Grade 1 win here at Keeneland. She's currently sitting at 8-5. The 1, Beau Recall, she's a miler. That's the bottom line. She's another one that likes to kick home and has a nice turn of foot in these 1-mile races. She's been tested against Grade 1 company several times over. If anybody's due a Grade 1, it's this mare for Brad Cox and Slam Dunk Racing and Medallion Racing. Jolene LePeroux will take the call here today. Watch out for her down on the inside. And then finally, the favorite is my third choice, Newspaper of Record for Chad Brown, another one for Chad Brown. This will be her Keeneland debut. She has been very good in the state of New York primarily, Gabby, so we'll see if the move down to Kentucky and this course setup is going to be to her liking. I know that she's won around the 2 turns before. That was at Churchill in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf, but she may have just been ahead of the curve. I just wonder if she's better in the 1-turn mile races on turf. We'll find out here today as she's the Eva Money favorite.
It is a fair point, and I honestly just think that she has the advantage here, the tactical advantage. I know you and I have a little bit of a side bet. I think she's going to be able to be on the lead by herself. Scott thinks that the 2, Delica, will create a little bit of pace pressure for her, but with regardless of that, I do think that Newspaper of Record can win with a little bit of pace pressure or on the lead by herself, as she is that good. Now, the key to her is getting her to relax, because if you go back to the Grade 2 event last time out at Churchill Downs on Derby weekend, she just looked like she was fighting the whole time, and she didn't have enough left to hold off the likes of Beau Recall, who was closing from off of the pace. So hopefully Tyler Gaffleone can get along with her today and slow things down and get her to relax, because that is the key for her success today. The 5, Uni, last season, you just have to have a tip of the cap to some of the races that she was able to win. She was an impressive winner in the First Lady here at Keeneland. That was a launching pad for her victory in the Breeders' Cup Mile. Even her performance against the boys in the Grade 1 4-star Dave last year was really good. So the question is she the same mare this year? She is 6 years old, and her race in the Just a Game was just fine, but it was a disappointing performance last time out in the 4-star Dave. So we'll see if she can get back to the form that she was in her 5-year-old season, but she is really good. And another layer to this is that she likes to have a fast pace to close into, and I don't know if that fast pace will materialize for her today. And the same case is for the 1, Beau Recall. she got that pace to close into when Newspaper of Record was kind of tugging along on the front end. I do think that it's an advantage that she has the inside post position. I think she should be able to get covered up and kind of go from there. But can she adapt to the smaller field in the presence of Newspaper of Record, who looks like the controlling speed? We shall see. She's a very nice filly. All of these, or I should say mare, all of these fillies and mares are very, very nice. That's what makes this race super strong and competitive despite having limited starters in here with just a field of 5. I think it's going to boil down to a rider's race and who comes out on top. This is the Grade 1 First Lady presented by UK Healthcare. Win and you're in for the filly and mare turf.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 23rd running of the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. A Grade 1 for fillies and mares age 3 and up, and a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf Division. 1 mile today over the firm turf. Double pick 3, late pick 4. No superfecta, however. Scratch 3, Daddy is a Legend. 3, Daddy is a Legend is scratched. As a result, no superfecta on this 8th race. Post time, 8 minutes. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Beau Recall, owned by Slam Dunk Racing, Nick Casado. Medallion Racing, Philip Shelton. Brad Cox trains. Julian Leperoux will ride. 2, Dalika, owned by Balmar Equine LLC of Paul Varga. The trainer, Alstall Jr., the jockey, Luis Saez. 3 is scratched. 4, Newspaper of Record, owned by Klarovich Stables Incorporated of Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Tyler Gaffaleone. 5 is Uni, owned by Robert LaPinta, Michael Dubb, head of Plains Partners LLC of Saul Kuman, Bethlehem Stables LLC of Michael Caruso, Chad Brown the trainer, Joel Rosario the jockey. And 6, Crystal Lake, owned by Aaron Soanes, trained by D. Wayne Lucas, the jockey Joe Talamo. Post time in 7 minutes.
Just 7 minutes away from the Grade 1 First Lady presented by UK Healthcare, and going through this post-parade once again, commentary with these horses as they've now made their way out onto the track. You can see most of them have yet to really pick up with their warm-up. In fact, none of them have, as they'll make that turn, then be turned loose. We'll see what Bo Recall looks like as she gets set for her warm-up. As we talked about, she's certainly a true miler and a filly that will be running for just a second time at Keeneland as she picks up the pace. A filly that was recently a winner over Newspaper of Record in that 2-turn 1 mile at Churchill Downs, as she was able to kick home from well off the pace with not a lot of pace in there. The number 2 horse, Dalica, she was on her toes when she came out onto the track. You would expect this filly to have some pace. Speed rather. She was part of that pace, which was very quick at Kentucky Downs. I do think that she's the one that can go with Newspaper of Record, the 6-5 favorite. Then that brings us to the favorite, Newspaper of Record, a Grade 1 winner more than a few times over, 2-time Grade 1 winner, a winner last time, 2 starts back in the Just a Game each and every year, one of the most challenging Grade 1 races for the females on the turf course. But with that lack of kick that she displayed in previous races last time out, you've got to wonder if she can do it here today. Back to the 2 turns. Uni, she started to perk up during the post-parade. She came out, and you can see the warm-up that she's getting. She's getting by far the most aggressive warm-up of these fillies for the time being. So I think that this is a good sign for Joel Rosario, Chad Brown, and the partners behind their champion mare, Uni, as she gets set to defend her title in the Grade 1 First Lady presented by UK Healthcare. And then finally Crystal Lake, lagging back behind the field a bit. In fact, just passing past the winner's circle going the wrong way is Crystal Lake, a distorted humor filly. She's a 2-time winner, and we'll see what she's able to do here as she's more focused, it feels like, on the pony than just about anything at this stage of the game. She's 19-1 in this Grade 1. But a wonderful renewal, a trip to the Breeders' Cup on the line, the first of 3 Grade 1s this afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. We start with the Grade 1 First Lady Stakes presented by UK Healthcare.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 23rd running of the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. A Grade 1 and a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. Start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. They're off in the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. Dalika stumbled at the start, drops out to the back of the pack. There goes Crystal Lake, moving fast on the outside of Newspaper of Record. Crystal Lake moves right up alongside Newspaper of Record. In fact, takes a narrow lead heading into the first turn. Going to move on by now and clear for the lead. Crystal Lake, the long shot, gets over next to the rail. Midway on the first turn, a 2-length lead. Newspaper of Record finds herself second here early on. Gap of just over 3 more lengths back to Uni, who travels along in third on the backstretch. Dalika has moved up 1 spot fourth. Beau Recall fifth and last. That opening quarter went to 23.89 seconds. Crystal Lake, Joe Talamo showed the way up the backstretch. Crystal Lake leads it by 3 lengths. Newspaper of Record second by 2.5. Uni goes third by 1.5 lengths. Dalika is fourth, and Beau Recall is last of the 5 after an opening half mile in 47.92 seconds. It is Crystal Lake who shows the way to the far turn. 3-length advantage. Now Newspaper of Record begins to pick up the chase from second by 2. Uni scoots up along the rail, a closer third. Dalika fourth. Beau Recall is fifth, 6 lengths off the lead. Here comes Newspaper of Record now, drawing alongside the leader. Uni swings to her outside. Still have Crystal Lake there to the inside. Newspaper of Record went wide off the far turn. Uni out in the center of the course, now shifts lanes back down toward the inside to chase Newspaper of Record, who comes away with the lead. Uni is second. Beau Recall goes to third, still 5 lengths away. Newspaper of Record and Uni stride for stride in the final furlong of the First Lady. Late run from Beau Recall. Uni with a sterling encore performance to go back-to-back in the First Lady.
Coming back to Keeneland, the key for Uni as this filly absolutely rolls past her stablemate and multiple Grade 1 winner, Newspaper of Record, who had no excuses in her trip. They opted to stay off the pace, which came from the long shot, the 6. She had the jump on her, but she did not have the kick that Uni displayed on full force here today. Last year's winner of the Grade 1 First Lady, now back-to-back wins in this Grade 1, and now a big decision to make for the Connections. You would think that she would go back on to the Breeders' Cup Mile, given the way that she performs here when it comes to the 8-furlong distance. But Uni defending her title in style in the Grade 1 First Lady, presented by UK Health.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. 5 Uni was first, 1 Beau Recall was second, 4 Newspaper of Record third, 2 Delika fourth, 5-1-4-2. Unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's 8th race, 23rd running of the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare, 5 Uni. Owned by Robert LaPinta, Michael Dubb, head of Plains Partners LLC of Saul Kuman, and Bethlehem Stables LLC of Michael J. Caruso. Chad Brown, the trainer, Joel Rosario, the jockey. Uni, a 6-year-old daughter of More Than Ready out of Unaided by Dancilli, bred in Great Britain by Aradatram. 1 mile over the firm turf here at Keeneland this afternoon, 1 minute 34.9 seconds. Results of race 8 official, 5-1-4-2, the official results. Trophy presentation is next. Now the trophy presentation for the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. A win and you're in. Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf Division race. Presenting the trophy for this Grade 1, Dr. Mark Newman. To the connections of Uni.
Uni becomes the first filly to complete the double in the Grade 1 First Lady presented by UK Healthcare, and Joelle Rosario was aboard for the winning ride. You were settled just off of her stablemate Newspaper of Record. You had the long shot out in front. What were you thinking as the race was developing in front of you?
I mean, actually, I was closer, and then, it looked like she was comfortable there, and then, just like a couple lanes from, the Newspaper Record and the other horse that was in front of me. So I was just trying to stay, where I was, yeah.
How push button is she once you ask her at the top of the stretch?
Yeah, she's nice to ride. She's easy, just I'm glad, thanks to Chad Brown and all his people for the opportunity.
Great job, Joelle.
Thank you.
Chad Brown's 4th victory in this race. Baldo, you're here representing the Chad Brown team. Why is she so good right here at Keeneland?
Well, this filly, she's really nice. Every time he comes this way, like Kentucky, she loves Kentucky. And she's been, the 4 days she's been here, she's loved the track. She's training really well. And then I think she loved the track, in the front term. That's all.
Do you think that she'll stay here and train up to the Breeders' Cup,
or
will she go home?
I don't know. I just see what my bosses say. And if she go back to New York, she stay here. But she's love it. She love here.
Well,
so.
great to have her back to defend the title. Congratulations to you and the team. Uni, sensational yet again in the Grade 1 First Lady presented by UK Healthcare.
Keeneland's 9th race upcoming, the 107th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, Grade 1, win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3. Super high 5 jackpot carryover, $5,467. No scratches, no jockey changes in this 9th event. Looking ahead to the 10th race, the Shadwell Turf Mile, scratch the 2 Halliday and scratch the 10 Spectacular Gem. That's in the 10th race. Scratch the 2 Halliday and also scratch the 10 Spectacular Gem. No changes at this time in race 11.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. 10 Kentucky Derby winners, 6 Triple Crown winners, 17 Horses of the Year, 23 Hall of Famers, and over 300 champions. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Uni dazzled us. Who is next here at Keeneland in these Grade 1s? Up next, the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity for 2-year-olds. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division. And keep in mind that 6 horses in years past have won the Breeders' Futurity and gone on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile in that same year. Essential Quality is on the screen right now. He is not the favorite. He is by far the clear second choice in the wagering. This is the son of Tappet that Godolphin turned loose first time out at Churchill Downs. He didn't break sharp. He came on late to pick up that victory, and in fact even had traffic trouble that he had to come around once they straightened away. And since then they've worked him, and he's worked quickly, and he's taken the same path that last year's Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity winner took as well. That was Maxfield, breaking his maiden actually in a shorter period of time between his maiden victory and the Grade 1 here today. So I think that this horse can take a big leap forward. Obviously, he's bred to go further than what he did on debut when he ran a very fast time in 109.4. Essential Quality, my top play, 7-2. Calibrate is getting played heavily. He is 8-5 right now for Winchell Thoroughbreds, a Keeneland graduate from 2019 from that September sale where Mr. Winchell went to $340,000 to acquire this colt. Steve Asmussen is the trainer. Steve is so good with these young horses, and he just knows how to get a horse to look good, bottom line. He and his team turn out some of the best-looking horses each and every race day. Does not matter the level of competition, but look at Calibrate, a colt by Distorted Humor who continues to get it done. From the Dynaformer mare, Glamour and Style, she was unraced, but she's obviously turned into quite the brood mare. Calibrate, good workouts up at Saratoga on the Oklahoma training track. Obviously, watch out for him as he sits at 8-5. And then the 2-horse Upstriker, Gabby, will round things out for my top 3. He's by Upstart, who during his juvenile season back in 2014 was 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile at Santa Anita. In fact, Upstart, one could argue that he was at his best during that 2-year-old season. And this colt, Upstriker, winner on debut at Ellis Park. And you and I saw firsthand in multiple weekends, especially on Ellis Park Derby weekend, how many good horses start out at Ellis Park. Could this be the next one? We'll find out as he sits at 9-1.
Scott, you ever been to the gym?
Of course.
You see those big, like, bodybuilder guys?
Yeah.
That is the equivalent to Calibrate. That's the only way I can describe it. Look at this horse in the paddock. He is just so buff and built, every single part of him. I love how this horse looks today. He looks like a really talented horse, and just his physical build kind of echoes that as well. You look at him in the paddock, too. He looks like he's got his game face on. I'm really curious to see him on trackside, too, in the preliminary warm-ups. But I'm loving everything I'm seeing from this horse in the paddock today. And I also love his debut. He was inside of 2 other horses pressing him throughout. A lot of the time you don't see horses be able to kind of shake those challengers off and go on and continue, and he did exactly that. So he's a top pick. Love everything I see from him. The 4 Essential Quality, He's a very good-looking horse, too. Kind of a different build, though. He's long, rangy. He definitely looks like a horse that needs more distance. So I think that's a testament to what he showed in his debut at 6 furlongs at Churchill Downs, especially because he broke slowly. He was down on the inside under Sean Bridgmahan. He was boxed in, and only very late did he finally get the opportunity to run. So I think it's also impressive that he at least showed that acceleration to go on and win by 4 lengths. He was much the best in that field, and I think it was a pretty good field. So in my opinion, out of those 2 performances and just looking at these 2 horses in the paddock, it does look like it's game on between the 4 Essential Quality and the 7 Calibrate. But I too did throw in the 2 Upstriker as the 3rd selection. He's a good-looking colt too. I'm hoping Joe Talamo is aggressive with him because he's not the biggest in size, and I wonder if he would be a little bit better suited to being more forwardly placed. On top of that, he did run a very fast race. It was an 81 buyer speed figure at Ellis Park, and in fact, that was the fastest 2-year-old buyer at Ellis Park during the meet, and we saw some really nice horses run there over the course of the summer months. So Upstriker, I think, has the potential to do some big things in this race, and of course, the sons and daughters of Upstart have been pretty impressive so far this season. 7-4-2 for me here in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. There's some nice horses in here, and of course, this is a Breeders' Cup win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, 107th running at the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. A Grade 1 for 2-year-olds at 1 1/16 over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division. Double and pick three wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick threes. Carryover for the super high five jackpot, $5,467. No scratches, no jockey changes, 7 minutes to post. And now the post parade. Number 1 is Super Stock, owned by Irv Woolsey and Keith Asmussen, trained by Steve Asmussen. Tyler Gaffalione is the jockey. 2 is Upstriker, owned by William Sparks, Brereton Jones, and Robert LaPenta, trained by Ron Moquette. The jockey is Joe Talamo. 3, Notary, owned by White Birch Farm of Peter Brandt, trained by D. Wayne Lucas, the jockey Julian Leperoux. 4, Essential Quality, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Luis Saez. 5, Keep Me in Mind, owned by Southern Equine Stable LLC of Michael Moreno, trained by Robertino Diodoro, David Cohen to ride. 6, Dixie's Two Stints, owned by Redham Racing LLC of Paul Redham, trained by Doug O'Neill, jockey Rafael Bejarano. 7, Calibrate, owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC of Ron Winchell, trained by Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr. to ride. 8, Founder, owned by Jeff Drown and Don Rachel, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Joel Rosario. And 9, King Fury, owned by Fern Circle Stables of Paul Fireman, owned also by Three Chimneys Farm LLC of Gonzalo Torrealba. The trainer is Kenny McPeak and the jockey Corey Lannery. Post time at 6 minutes.
We are 6 minutes away from the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, and we're going to see Calibrate first up and watch him get his warm-up underway. Made quite the impression on the paddock side. Now on the front side, looks equally as good as he gets set to warm up. Thinking back to last year, the impression that we got from Maxfield, I think, is the exact same sort of impression that most that were lucky enough to be here for the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity in person. I think that that's the sort of impression that we're getting from him as he starts to open up just a little bit more with still 5 minutes to post. Just a well-put-together horse. You've got Ron Winchell, who is here on site to witness, calibrate, compete. You've got to keep that in mind as well, considering he's got pneumatic in just minutes' time running in the Preakness Stakes. Not sure if that's a tell, but the bottom line is don't be shocked if this horse runs to the expectations in the presence of Mr. Ron Winchell, who has run some very good horses through the years in North America and worldwide. One horse that did surprise me based on looks a bit was the number 9 horse coming out as well. That is King Fury, surprised in a good way, but shouldn't be shocking at the same time considering they gave just shy of $1 million for this horse as a yearling in 2019. We'll see if Kenny McPeak can sweep these Grade 1 doubles. So impressive yesterday with the filly in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. This is a colt by Curlin, who's already shown the distance is going to be his game off of his maiden special weight victory. Nice warm-up there by himself and feeling good, throwing his head about with Corey Lannery in the saddle. 4-1 right now, up to 9-2 actually at this point to see if Kenny can get the Grade 1 double here on the weekend at Keeneland with the Grade 1s for the 2-year-olds. And then finally, the 3 Notary. He is a bit of a price, 29-1, but he is a big stout colt by Street Sense. Street Sense, of course, 2-year-old champion during his 2-year-old season. Here's a horse that was debuted going 3/4 of a mile, took a lot of play in his second career start, but he was not one that I immediately went towards, the Keeneland November graduate from 2018, based on form, but based on looks, especially if you can see him in his entirety. He is a big, good-looking colt for White Birch Farm with Julian Leperoux in the saddle, so one to at least consider underneath in this Grade 1. Again, such an important stepping stone to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. As we have said time and time again, 6 winners have won this race. 6 winners of this race have gone on and completed the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity double with the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. We'll find out who punches their ticket to the said Breeders' Cup Juvenile in just 3 minutes.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, 107th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, a Grade 1 stakes and a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division. First wire. They are at the post. They're off in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. There goes Upstriker from the inside. Superstock down toward the rail. Here's Notary moving forward. And now Essential Quality starts to move up on the far outside from fourth as the field heads for the first turn. Upstriker gets over to the rail. Has the early lead by a length. Essential Quality out toward the center of the track. A wide trip around the first turn, but moves up past traffic into the second position. Superstock is third down toward the inside. Wrestled back toward the rail. Notary alongside that one in fourth. King Fury 3 wide off the first turn in fifth. Keep Me in Mind between horses sixth. Calibrate in behind horses early on in seventh. Founder to the outside from eighth. And then a break of just over 3 more lengths back to Dixie's 2 Stents, who's last of 9, 23.97 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Here's Essential Quality moving up. Essential Quality to challenge Upstriker for the lead. Top 2 matching strides. A length and a half to the good. Notary between horses is third, a half length. Superstock fourth to the inside. King Fury far outside. Caught wide now heading to the far turn in fifth. And Keep Me in Mind. Calibrate still 6 from the front. Joined by Founder, and Dixie's 2 Stents is last. 48.86 seconds the time for the opening half mile. Essential Quality on the outside puts ahead in front. Upstriker still there, but second toward the inside. Then a gap of 3 back to Superstock in third. The leaders are at the quarter pole now. King Fury in fourth. Keep Me in Mind is fifth. Founder goes wide from sixth. Calibrate is still far back, a good 10 lengths off the lead. Top of the short stretch, Essential Quality moves forward and takes the lead from Upstriker and opens up by 3 lengths coming to the final furlong. Superstock moves to the outside, coming to the 16th pole. Keep Me in Mind runs late between horses. Essential Quality, though, has opened up by 5 to Keep Me in Mind and Superstock. Essential Quality, Luis Saez to win the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Keep Me in Mind was home second, and then it was Superstock across the line third, 1 minute 44.37 seconds.
For the second year in a row, Godolphin strikes in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Last year with Maxfield, this year with Essential Quality, stamping himself as one of the leading contenders and one of the favorites for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Gabby, he made this one look easy.
Scott, you and I were covering the races when he won at Churchill Downs, and the conversation was had, will he or will he not stretch out in the Grade 1 Breeders' Futurity? He did. It's kind of cool to see everything come full circle, and boy, was he impressive today. He physically looks like a horse that could run all day.
He had a good trip, he finished strong, and he stamped himself a ticket to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile right here at Keeneland. The double in consecutive years for Godolphin in this Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th race. 4 Essential Quality first, 5 Keep Me in Mind was second, 1 Superstock third, 2 Upstriker fourth, 8 Founder was fifth. 4-5-1-2-8 unofficial. Race 9, results official. Four, 5, 1, 2, 8. Official results for Keeneland's 9th race. Official winner of Keeneland's 9th 107th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, this Grade 1 to Essential Quality, number 4, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brad Cox. 3 wins today for Luis Saez. Essential Quality, 2-year-old son of Tappet, out of Delightful Quality by Elusive Quality, bred in Kentucky by Godolphin, earns the victory today in this Win and You're In for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division. 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 44.37 seconds. Trophy presentation is next. Now the trophy presentation for the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Again, a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division. Presenting the trophy on behalf of Claiborne, Walker Hancock. To the connections of Essential Quality.
The Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity goes to Essential Quality, as he is now 2 for 2 in his young career. Luis Saez, this was your first introduction to him in the afternoon at the very least. What were you just telling Brad about the trip that you had?
Well, I expect he's going to be right there, second star. I never rode him before. I was watching the replay when he rode last time, and he looked like, what a horse. And today he proved that he's a very, very good horse, and he did it pretty easy. He was a little bit, like green. When he came to the stretch, he was looking around a little bit, but then, he took off. He was running, so what a horse. I'm so glad I'm being this horse.
What did you do to right the ship when he got a little bit green for you?
Well, I just tried to, be with him right there. I switched my sticks to the left, and I hit it 1-2 times to make sure he get into the race, and that was it. He just was okay, and he was rolling. We was running pretty hard.
He most certainly was. Well done,
Thank you.
Luis. To go 109 and 4, 3/4 mile first out at Churchill Downs, Brad, to now this performance in a Grade 1 like this. Have you been around a 2-year-old colt like this in your career?
No, not a colt. We've been fortunate to have some very nice fillies, but this is probably the best colt I've had as far as talent goes. He's obviously our first Grade 1 winner with a 2-year-old colt, so he means a lot to us. He showed us from day one that he's special, very talented, and Louis did a good job of getting him to relax. Very green horse. That was my concern today. Was just could he put it all together? And he did. He pulled a bit up the backside. He's got some learning to do, and if he can figure it out, he's a serious animal.
Well, he's got the right man behind him to figure it out. Job well done, Brad.
Thanks, Scott.
Grade 1 victory with Essential Quality. Certainly one of the favorites right now and will be in a month's time for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile right here at Keeneland.
Keeneland's 10th race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $11,562. 35th running of the Shadwell Turf Mile, a Grade 1, a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile Division. Scratch 2, Halliday, and scratch 10, Spectacular Gem. Looking ahead, no changes in race 11.
Shadwell Farm, home to world-class stallions, presents 3 young stars. Mohamed, a dazzling son of Tappet, was undefeated at 2 and a multiple graded stakes winner at 2 and 3. Tamarcuz, the leading earner by Speightstown at stud, won the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile and over $1.8 million. Kurbon won or placed in 9 graded stakes, 5 triple-digit buyers. Shadwell Farm, building speed for the future.
Well, the flurry of Grade 1 action continues here at Keeneland, and hopefully you all will just be able to enjoy what a stretch duel we saw at Pimlico Racecourse in the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes, the Philly Swiss Skydiver and the Colt Authentic. Just briefly looking at it, for those that are here on track and those at home, they might have to take a look at that one, Gabby. There was some contact down the lane between those 2 runners, but nonetheless, let's turn our attention to the big one.
What a horse race, though.
We've seen some great horse races today between Keeneland and Pimlico. These are the types of weekends that get you going, and they're getting us ready for Breeders' Cup time a month from now. But here's the Grade 1 Shadwell Turf Mile. $750,000 is on the line for this Grade 1 and a ticket to the Breeders' Cup Mile. I'm going to go and swing big here with the number 5 horse, Born Great, who just took some action down to 9-1 right now. This is a half-brother to a Breeders' Cup winner from last year, 4-wheel drive, the 2-year-old for Wesley Ward. I really like his last race. I like the way that he extended himself on the climb up the stretch at Kentucky Downs, and I think he's a horse that has just needed some time, and Brendan Walsh has figured him out, and the fact that he's willing to take this test into the Grade 1 company here this afternoon is a big plus for me. So I'm looking for a 9-1 shot here against some very familiar faces that we have in this mile division. Then I'll go to the number 8 horse, Analyze It. He's a horse that was familiar to the mile division back in 2018. In fact, he was only beaten 3/4 of a length to the International Invader for Sir Michael Stout, Expert Eye in the BC Mile at Churchill Downs. Then had to take a year plus off. Chad Brown has done such a great job with getting these horses off the lengthy layoffs ready and bringing them back, and he brought him back into Grade 3 form at Monmouth Park last time out to pick up that victory. So I'm not surprised that he's the favorite in here as he sits at 2-1. And then the 3 horse, my third choice, Without Parole. I think the difference for him today is just simply the draw. We saw him run those 2 big races, the one in the Shoemaker Mile where he didn't get the cleanest trip, but he had an inside post, and he ran such a big race here back in the Maker's Mark Mile during that summer meet here at Keeneland, only beaten 3/4 of a length to War of Will. Not going to try to sit here and make any excuses for him in the 4-star Dave, but I just don't think that there was all that much pace for him to run at. So I think it's a different story. And we saw the way that Uni woke up with coming back to Keeneland. Mm-hmm. That very well could happen with this colt here and Grade 1 winner at Royal Ascot during his 3-year-old season for the Gunthers, Without Parole.
And it does seem like in some of these turf races, Scott, that it's helping these closers no matter what the pace is looking like. So that's another feather in the cap for that particular horse. But I went in a different direction to the 8, Analyze It as the top pick. Look, this is a horse who was getting very, very good in the latter half of his 3-year-old season after he was coming out of the Shadwell Turf Mile, entering the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Mile, finishing just 3/4 of a length behind Expert Eye. Unfortunately, he was sidelined for 22 months after that, but he came back, and I would definitely, if you can, go back and watch the Grade 3 Red Bank. We showed it on our morning show today at Keeneland, and he just won in hand. Joe Bravo wrapped up on him, and he did it under his own effort alone. And I just think that was used as a prep for this race, and if he can improve off of that performance, which I definitely think he will be able to, well, that will put him in the winner's circle. I think this is a very talented horse. So he's going to be the top pick for me here. Analyze It, the number 8. 9 horse, Parlor, I'll be using in here as well for trainer Mike Maker. He comes out of the Tourist Mile where he was the beaten favorite. I do think that his better races are outside of Kentucky Downs. I look to his race and the Maker's Mark Mile, going against War of Will, where he finished second by a nose. That was a heartbreaking defeat for this horse at 24-1. But even in the Wise Dan, I mean, this horse has run some credible races before in the past, and I think he offers a very fair price at 8-1, up from 6-1 on his morning line. And then finally, the 7 Flavius for trainer Chad Brown. He's got a couple of horses in here to try to get his first Shadwell turf mile here. And this is a horse who I think will benefit if something kind of crazy happens up front. He'll be closing from off of it. He was very impressive in the Tourist Mile last time out, and it does seem like this is kind of his game, right? He's tried the mile, he's tried 7/8, he's tried 9 furlongs on the turf, but I do think he's very strong at this distance. So we'll see if he can go back-to-back here on form, as he sits on the board right now at 6-1. Right now, the 8, Analyze It, is your favorite at 5-2, as the horses are saddled here for the Grade 1 Shadwell Turf Mile. We are 10 minutes out.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th race, 35th running of the Shadwell Turf Mile, a Grade 1, 3-year-olds and up, 1 mile over the firm turf. Winning your in for the Breeders' Cup Mile Division. A reminder, the temporary rail is down today. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $11,562. Scratch 2 Halliday, scratch 10 Spectacular Gem. Post time 6 minutes. Let's meet the field for the Shadwell Turf Mile. Number 1, Casa Creed, is owned by LRE Racing LLC of Lee Einsilder. JEH Racing Stable LLC of Mike Francesa, trained by Belmont. Jockey Martin Garcia. 2 is scratched. 3 Without Parole, owned by John and Tanya Gunther, trained by Chad Brown. Jockey Julian Leperoux. 4, Bowie's Hero, owned by Agave Racing Stable of Mark Martinez, ERJ Racing LLC of Eric Johnson, Maticat Stables LLC of Saul Kuman and Jason Monteleone, also owned by Rockin' Robin Racing Stable of Robin Hoffos, trained by Phil D'Amato. Rafael Bejarano is up. 5, Born Great, owned by Mark DeTample and Fergus Galvin, the trainer Brendan Walsh, the jockey Corey Lannery. 6, Raging Bull, owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Joel Rosario. 7, Flavius, owned by Juddmont Farms Incorporated of Khalid Abdullah, the trainer Chad Brown, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 8, Analyze It, owned by William H. Lawrence, the trainer Chad Brown, the jockey Tyler Gaffleone. 9, Parlor, owned by Michael Hoy, Hootie's Racing LLC of Mark Moore, WSS Racing LLC of William Simon, the trainer Mike Maker, the jockey Umberto Rispoli. 10 is scratched. 11 is Ivar, owned by Bon Chance Farm LLC of Alberto Figueredo, by Stud RDI LLC of Paulo Fernando Carvalho de Oliveira, the trainer Paulo Lobo, the jockey Joe Talamo. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Just 4 minutes away from the Grade 1 Shadwell Turf Mile, and there's a look at Without Parole. He actually leads the way as far as the warm-ups are concerned the wrong way. He was ready to go when he came out here onto the track for the post parade, so I think that he was just anxious to get moving, and looking at the way that he settled in and got himself going, he looks gorgeous out there. He's a horse that likes the action. That's what Tanya Gunther told me about why he performed so well in his U.S. debut at Breeders' Cup. He said the laid-back nature of being trained at Newmarket back when he was based in the U.K. for John Gosden just didn't suit him. He likes the action of the morning, being around other horses, and he certainly admits the action here as far as the Grade 1 competition is concerned. You can see how well he looks in the warm-up. 11-1, a good price on a horse that does make sense. Raging Bull also was on his toes. That's the 6 when he came out here, and he has the same look. He just wanted to get going, which good signs from these Chad Brown trainees. This is the son of Dark Angel that has run big races here at Keeneland in the past. 2 consecutive tries in the Maker's Mark Mile, where he was 4th, beating a length and 3/4, and then just beating a neck to War of Will just 2 starts ago. We'll see if he can bounce back off of a performance at Saratoga in the Grade 1 4-star Dave, which he just simply didn't fire. Interesting move here as Chad Brown takes the blinkers off. It's not something that he does often with his runners. In fact, just 18 times recently. But when he does, 33% winners with that statistical situation. So Raging Bull gets the blinkers off here today. Analyze It, the 8. He was the flip side of both his stablemates when he came out. He was as cool as a horse could be. And here's the horse that hadn't raced in so long and came back with that success at Monmouth Park. So we'll see how he fares as he gets ready for this big test. Obviously a massive step up in class from what he saw last time out at Monmouth in New Jersey.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and featured race, 35th running of the Shadwell Turf Mile, a Grade 1, a win in your end for the Breeders' Cup Mile division. They are at the post. They're off in the Shadwell Turf Mile. There goes Born Great from between horses. Casa Creed right there to the inside. These two come to the front in the opening strides. Without Parole, going to back away and slide over next to the rail. There goes Parlor, moving up a close third, but caught wide into the first turn. Analyze It moves up one lane, now 2 lanes off the rail into the 5th position, 3 lengths off the early lead. Flavius saving ground to the inside in 6th. Ivar is in 7th. Bowie's Hero is 8th, and Raging Bull is last of the 9, 23.44 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. It is Casa Creed who leads it by a length up the backstretch. Born Great just off the leader's flank now and second by a length. Without Parole, third to the inside. Parlor stays toward the far outside, regains third by a neck. Break of 2 to Analyze It, who's 5th a half length to Flavius to the inside. Ivar, Bowie's Hero, and Raging Bull. First half mile in 47.39 seconds. Casa Creed, the leader to the far turn, still on top a length and a half. Born Great is still second by 3/4 of a length. Parlor still caught wide, still third around the far turn. Without Parole, down to the inside, looks for a little more running room from 4th. Analyze It 5th, going to have to swing toward the center of the course. Still 5 lengths from the front. Flavius has 6 to make up. Then Ivar, who's 7 from the lead. They turn for home. Casa Creed with Parlor trying to take a run at him. Without Parole, needs room to the inside. Analyze It needs to find more in 4th. Ivar 5th on the far outside. Casa Creed short lead. Here's Ivar. Ivar picks up the chase. Ivar striding forward. Raging Bull's coming late to second. But Ivar is in front for Joe Talamo. Ivar to win the Shadwell Turf Mile. Raging Bull was across the line in second in a time of 1 minute 33.99 seconds.
If you're hearing the shouting here down on the apron, that is the winning trainer, Paulo Lobo. What a job he's done with Ivar. This 14-1 shot, the Brazilian bred, the son of Agnes Gold, absolutely dashes home in the Grade 1 Shadwell Mile.
Scott, you just love to see that. These connections are unbelievably excited right now. Congratulations, Paulo Lobo and the rest of the connections. I cannot believe that this horse accelerated like that coming down the stretch.
Especially against the company in which he blew by. He's got multiple Grade 1 winners down to his inside, and he clears by about a length and a half. It's one of those kinds of races that you're going to watch back a few times over, but we continue to see it time and time again in these mile races at Keeneland. Swinging off the turn, carrying that momentum down the center of the course is always seemed to be key. Paulo Lobo, well done, and congratulations out to Joe Talamo with Ivar. He's on to the Breeders' Cup Mile.
Photo for fourth. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th and featured race, 11 Ivar was first. 6 Raging Bull was second. 3 Without Parole was third. 1 Casa Creed fourth. 7 Flavius fifth. 11-6-3-1-7 unofficial. Race 10, results official, 11-6-3-1-7, official for Keeneland's 10th. Official winner of Keeneland's 10th and featured race, the Grade 1 Shadwell Turf Mile. A win at year end for the Breeders' Cup Mile Division, the 11 Ivar. Owned by Bon Chance Farm LLC of Alberto Figueiredo and Stud RDI LLC of Paulo Fernando Cavallo de Oliveira. Paulo Lobo, the trainer, and Joe Talamo, the winning jockey. Ivar, a 4-year-old son of Agnes Gold out of Maybe Now by Smart Strike. A homebred, the winner bred in Brazil by Stud Rio Dois Hermaus. The time for the 1 mile over the firm turf course this afternoon at Keeneland, 1 minute 33.99 seconds. Trophy presentation up next. Now the trophy presentation for the Shadwell Turf Mile. Again, a win and you're in. Breeders' Cup Mile Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of Shadwell, Rick Nichols, to the connections of Ivar, who takes the Shadwell Turf Mile.
Ivar with one of the more impressive stretch runs that we have seen in the storied Grade 1 Shadwell Turf Mile as he punches his ticket to the Breeders' Cup. And Joe Talamo aboard. Joe, you've ridden him before, different tactics today. You'd had him out on lead in the past. At what point in this race did you think to yourself, all right, this may work out for us taking off the pace?
I'll be honest, down the backside, he got in such a good rhythm, was so relaxed. And really, congrats to Paul. I mean, he did a great job training this horse, especially, his tactics when he won at Churchill and last time he was in front, but he took the blinkers off, and just an incredible training job on his part to get this horse to turn off like that. And I was all smiles turning for home when I took him out there. I mean, he just exploded.
Job well done, Joe. Heck of a ride on Ivar. Paulo, how did you pull up from your run down to the rail and screening for this horse coming home?
You know how hard it is to win a Grade 1, especially here in Keeneland. We need to celebrate.
What were you thinking as you were watching what was happening and as Joe just described it? Were you thinking you're never going to run?
We were very worried about the post position. But his style, if you see his races in Argentina, he always come way off the pace. And today worked very well. I was very concerned because of the first turn. And Joe rode him 100% magnificent.
Well, you did an amazing job getting him ready. We can't wait to see him in the Breeders' Cup in a month's time here in the Breeders' Cup Turf Mile. Ivar, just too much for them here today in the Grade 1 Shadwell.
At Keeneland, no perfect tickets in the Pick 6 today. Consolation 4 of 6, a carryover $45,547 for the Pick 6. For tomorrow's card, of course, we still have race 11 yet to go this afternoon, but carryover for tomorrow for the Pick 6, $45,547, as it does wrap up with that 10th race. Consolation 4 of 6. The result there, late pick 5, 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5, and there is a carryover for race 11 and the Super High 5 jackpot, $14,228. Race 11 is on the way. No changes in that 11th event.
11th and final here, 16 minutes to post at Keeneland on this Fall Star Saturday. What a treat it has been to bring you these 5 graded stakes races and a wonderful undercard and a lot to look forward to tomorrow on the Sunday card, which we'll obviously start diving in later on this evening and into tomorrow morning on today at Keeneland. But Gabby, we've got one left as we're 15 minutes to post, and we're looking right now at the favorite, Sir Alfred James, who's 3-1. Another colt, or gelding rather, that we saw compete on Kentucky Derby Day, a part of that undercard, and he broke out with a strong performance going 7/8 of a mile in 1:21.2. That was his second try on dirt. He's 2 for 2 on dirt. He ran a good race going 5.5 at Saratoga on the turf, but 7/8 really looks like it's going to be a much better distance for him for the son of Munnings. So at 3-1, he is my top selection. Not a bad price on a horse that really, again, I think broke out in a big way in his most recent start. Then I'll go to the one, Shake Me Up, who scratched out of yesterday's Grade 2 Stole Keenan Ogden Phoenix, instead to focus his attention here. And Keith DeSormo sends him postward for Calumet Farm. He's 8-1. Here's a horse that has run some decent races from inside draws. In fact, he broke his maiden going 7/8 of a mile out of the chute at Churchill, going back to his debut. His last race behind Rushy was solid enough to compete here. He was even second to Churchill Downs to CZ Rocket, a track record holder back in the summer meet here at Keeneland, and CZ Rocket has turned in one of the leading contenders in the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. So watch out for the one at odds of 8-1. It really looks like it was the right move to focus their attention on this race versus the Phoenix Stakes yesterday. And then finally, Edgemont Road, the 6, the always consistent Edgemont Road. The biggest question is, does he really want to go 7/8, Gabby? We'll find out here today, but you know that he's going to put in a good race, and Declan Cannon has fit this horse so well in his last 4 starts.
And he's only tried the distance one time before, and that was a long time ago, Scott, and he's a different horse than he was at that particular point. Speed has been good on the main track today, and he definitely looks like he'll be the fastest. But I went to the 8 as the top pick here at 6-1, and that's the 8 Savvy for trainer Ian Wilkes. I just really like the turn back in distance. They stretched him out to 1.16 miles last time out at Churchill Downs. It was a tough field. A really tough 2 other than. I don't think he's a 2-turn horse by any means. I think he's a closing 1-turn type of horse. And look at the other the other horses that he's competed against, even at the maiden special weight level going back to June at Churchill. He was 3rd, beaten by Yaupon, who would go on to win the Grade 3 Chick Lang Stakes this week at Pimlico. So this is the right spot for him. Joel Rosario is going to have to probably work on him a little bit earlier, but I do think that this is the right move for this horse. Now, the 6 Edgemont Road, again, I mentioned it's been a long time since he's tried the mile or tried the 7 furlong distance. He's going to be on the lead. There's no doubt about it. He's fast at 3/4, so I can only imagine how fast he'll be at this distance. It's just a question of whether or not he has the stamina to last, but he is very talented, so curious to see what he can do here today at the 7 furlongs. And then the one, Shake Me Up, another one who scratched out of the Grade 2 Phoenix yesterday. This is a horse who kind of lost contact with the field in the Pat Day Mile last time out, but he was closing late. He is a closer. There's no doubt about it. So he's going to have a well-timed move under Corey Lannery, and it'll be a question of whether or not that pace develops in front of him as well. So for me, it's going to be this 8-6-1 here for the 11th and final race on this Fall Stars Saturday. Thank you all so much for tuning in and being with us throughout the afternoon. We have an excellent card on tap once again tomorrow, and we hope you tune in then.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Tamarcou's Allowance optional claiming race. The claiming price, $62,500. 3-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $14,228. No changes in race 11. Post time in 7 minutes.
Just 5 minutes away now from the nightcap here on this Keeneland Saturday, and we go right to the number 2 horse, the favorite at 3-1. That's Sir Alfred James, a horse that feels like he's ready to get going as he takes this very short warm-up down to the backstretch on that first turn. We'll see if they turn him loose and what he looks like. But as he continues to warm up with the pony, Gabby, I still contend that I think that we have seen not even maybe the best of this horse at this point in time. I thought that last race was a big-time performance, and Al Stahl and the connections led by Mountjoy Stable may have a stakes type of horse on their hands.
But do you think today is the day that he gets the true acid test? Do you think that this is a much tougher field than what he faced last out?
I think it's a tough field. By no means do I think it's that much tougher. I mean, normally obviously every single time that you win a race, it gets more difficult the next time out. But I just think that race, he was so much better than that group, even though it was a half of a length victory, that we're going to see even improvement here today. And I do like the way that he's feeling. And he's actually just clicked up to 7-2. So he's drifting a bit in the odds. And now, as I say that, he comes back to 3-1. So we'll see. We'll see what he's about down on the inside here today, but clearly dirt is his game, or more so it's the distance that is his game. He's not quite that sprinter. He's that in-between horse that we talk about all the time. 7/8 to maybe a one-turn mile would be an ideal scenario for the son of Munnings. Then we go to the 8 horse, who is currently sitting at 6-1. Nice-looking gray, son of Flashback for Ian Wilkes. He's going to cut back in distance, and I guess you could apply the same sort of thing that I just said there. Maybe not a 2-turn horse, but a 1-turn type of horse that likes to sit off the pace and make that big run.
He even kind of looks like a 1-turn horse, right? He's really rounded out in his hindquarters. I mean, there's no harm in trying to stretch him out and see what he's capable of doing, because it gives you more options moving forward. But I truly do think that he is a closing 1-turn type of individual. But he's actually a little bit sharper than what I was expecting, Scott. I mean, he is a horse that will be closing from off the pace, but he looks like he's on his toes today. I don't know what that means in terms of his position today. Joel Rosario is aboard him, and we usually know his MO. Take him back and make that one move.
3 minutes to post. Race number 11, the nightcap here at Keeneland. Best of luck and enjoy.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Tamarcuz. They are at the post. They're off. Edgemont Road between horses comes out for the early lead. Hide the Demon is right there, and Sagaponic kicks in now. There goes Sagaponic up to put head in front just briefly. Edgemont Road fights back, regains the advantage, gets over next to the rail. Sagaponic now second. Hide the Demon is third. Tough Love is fourth, far outside. Sir Alfred James moves up fifth to fourth against the rail, just 2 lengths off the lead. Further back, Straight Shot between horses, sixth. Shay Shay Shake Me Up, seventh toward the inside. Madison's Luna caught wide and eighth to the far turn. Savvy is between horses in the ninth spot. Nifty is 10th, break of 5 more back to Tank Commander, who is last of 11, 22.95 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Edgemont Road, the leader. Edgemont Road on top by a length and a half around the far turn. And Sagaponic second by just ahead, caught 3 wide around the turn. Hide the Demon is third in between horses. And then Sir Alfred James, who's being pushed along from fourth toward the inside. Tough Love has to angle wide fifth, 5 lengths off the lead. Edgemont Road leads the field off the far turn, has a 5-length advantage back to Tough Love in second position. Sir Alfred James still lingering third, Sagaponic fourth, Straight Shot in fifth. As they move to the final furlong, Edgemont Road to catch, and Tough Love bound and determined to at least give it a shot. Here's Tough Love, and then Straight Shot from third. Edgemont Road has the lead. Tough Love running on from the outside. Edgemont Road is stubborn with the lead. Tough Love is still trying at the line. Head-bobbing photo for the win. Either Edgemont Road or Tough Love for the top spot.
Very close again here at Keeneland on this Saturday. Edgemont Road doing everything that he possibly can to keep on going and fight back, and boy, did he fight back down on the inside. It looked like maybe they had just extended him a little bit too far as distance was concerned. And then here comes Tough Love on the outside. This is going to take several looks and a photo to determine the winner, Gabby.
And Scott, he was really the only horse that was making up that much ground in the end. So this was a big performance for this horse to close him off of it. It's going to come down to the head bob, and I don't know. The sun makes it even more difficult to call.
It does. I think the inside gets the bob. That's the 6 Edgemont Road. The 11 had his nose in front just before the wire, but the bob goes back to the inside. Look for the mirror on the inside of the rail. That's the finish line.
You might be right.
Might be is not enough. They're going to have to take a look at the photo, and here's another slow-mo look at it as the photo remains on the board for the nightcap. Nice way to finish things up here on this big Saturday of racing at Keeneland.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 11th and final race. 6 Edgemont Road in the photo finished first. 11 Tough Love second. 5 Straight Shot third. 2 Sir Alfred James was fourth. And 4 Nifty was fifth. 6-11-5-2-4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the official winner of race 11, 6 Edgemont Road, owned by Team V of Will Van Meter, who's also the trainer. Declan Cannon, the winning jockey. Edgemont Road, a 4-year-old gelded son of Speightstown, out of Sway This Away by Scat Daddy, bred in Kentucky by Nursery Place. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 22.82 seconds over the fast main track to win the Tamarcuz race 11. And again, the results are official 6-11-5-2-4, official for Keeneland's 11th race. Carryover for the Super High Five jackpot for tomorrow's card, $17,340. A reminder, the Pick 6 will have a carryover in excess of $45,000 when live racing resumes here tomorrow, 1:05 p.m. Eastern. For now, on behalf of Keeneland and for our family of sponsors, including Shadwell, Claiborne, UK Healthcare, and TVG, thank you and good evening. Also, this reminder, with the conclusion of today's Keeneland card, simulcast wagering will be ending and the mutual windows closing. If you plan to wager on any remaining races for today, please do so at this time. And thank you.
Well, Fall Star Saturday in the books here at Keeneland for this fall meeting, and what a Saturday it was. 5 stakes races that promised to deliver coming into the afternoon, and boy, did they ever. We started the stakes action in the Grade 2 Woodford presented by TVG and Leinster. He keeps on going on this turf course. He set a course record this summer meet, and he just keeps on dominating these 5.5 turf sprints here at Keeneland Racecourse. In the midst of Biz springing the upset in the Thoroughbred Club of America, we saw a breakout performance from Essential Quality the Gray. And then how about Ivor? What a stretch run from him. Paulo Lobo so pumped up as he punches his ticket to the Breeders' Cup Mile a month from now right here at Keeneland Racecourse. We'll get right back at it tomorrow for a Sunday card, which starts at 1:05 Eastern Time. We have 3 stakes races, all Breeders' Cup winning your ins.